New Year, everybody. And first off is the adoption of the agenda for the special council meeting of January 12th. Well, Council Ireland and Council McKenzie, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries, no additions. And rescind the financial disclosure policy 2013. Is somebody doing that? Are you doing that? Okay, Rena?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can do a quick presentation. This is just an update. Our current policy requires approximately, I believe it was about 15 staff to fill out financial disclosure statements, whereas under the Act, there's really only the 3 employees need to be appointed. So we're recommending that the current policy be rescinded and that the resolution where the CAO, CFO, and corporate officer be designated as municipal employees pursuant to the Financial Disclosure Act. And those are the only 3 employees required to fill out those forms.
Okay, Councillor Scarrow, thank you. And Councillor
It's gonna be one of those.
Does that mean we don't have to fill out those silly forms too?
Unfortunately, no. You still have to fill out those forms.
Then I'm not voting for that.
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries, thank you. And bylaw enforcement levels of service, budget options.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's me again. So this is further to the strategy session where bylaw enforcement levels of service was presented to council. I guess I can take this down. You can hear me better without the mask.
Yep.
So council had requested some additional information, which is provided in this report, some charts detailing calls per month, etc. A little bit of detail on the calls themselves, on the complaints. And then some more detailed options for council to consider. And the reason this is on tonight's meeting is that the levels of service have a potential budget impact depending on what level of service council wishes to move forward with. So the options in front of council are, of course, levels of service remain the same. Then we have 2 options for increasing bylaw enforcement officers, the one being adding a full-time officer on top of all the existing employment. The second option is increasing our existing part-time to a full-time. So basically making a part-time a full-time position. And then the next options are administrative support. So as we had mentioned at the strategy session, there is quite a bit of administrative work that's involved with the bylaw enforcement officer. So there's the option for a part-time administrative assistant, and the council had asked as well that part-time would be consolidated with another role. So we would have a full-time employee that would encompass other responsibilities in addition to part-time bylaw enforcement. Or of course, there is a full-time administrative position if council would wish to see that. So in the report, our CFO has included the tax rates of the amount where it would be applicable to that, so that the increase that would be associated for each of those options. So as I said, there's quite a bit of information included in that report for council, so I'm happy to answer any questions that council has or leave it up to council for debate.
Councillor Scarrow.
Are we using microphones? Yeah, Rena, I appreciate the options. There's too many of them. I'm having trouble with that. So if we, like my kind of intention or hope is that we add a full-time bylaw officer on the street out there doing the work. But I don't see an option that includes also including some administrative help for that. So why don't we have that option?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't provide that option, but we can certainly figure out those numbers. So one full-time officer plus administrative support?
Or possibly half-time officer, half-time administrative support. I want to get feet on the ground, and I also want them to be supported. So the way it is now, if I've read this report correctly, right now we're having a difficult time supporting even what we have out there. And if we added one more full-time officer, then the weakest link would be the administration of. So I'm looking at 50-50 or 1 in 50.
You could consolidate two of those options. For example, option C, which would be the increasing the part-time, the existing part-time to a full-time. So that would be option C. So you could combine option C with the part-time administrative support, which would be option F.
Or we could just make option.
Yeah, we could combine those two into one option, absolutely, and that would be, if that was council's wish.
I await other councillors' input.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would probably suggest if you gave them support on the inside, that's going to allow your bylaw person to be on the outside more often. So I get what you want more boots on the ground. I think you do accomplish that by having administration doing the paperwork on the inside. So I'm not 100% sure that you would, you really want half of one and half of the other. I don't know whether necessarily you're going to get the best of both worlds by adding one person for that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Okay. Penny, yeah.
Penny, you're up. She's asleep.
Oh, she's reading something, or she collapsed or something.
She hooked.
Penny, are you there, Penny?
Knock, knock, Penny. Okay, somebody else.
Well, I'll go while we're waiting. Yeah, I see where Councillor Scarrow is going there. I'm more inclined to follow that than have someone that's dedicated to the inside, because it doesn't really give us boots on the ground. And, we need boots on the ground. When you look at the whole overall budget and you look what the Rcmp budget is, and then the tiny little budget for bylaw, and we expect them to service this community. And this community is not a little one. As we looked at it during our, our information session that we had, the strategy session that we had, we're a rather large area to cover. And, quite often the case is that we've got one person and they're an OEMA, and rightfully so, but there's issues, let's face it, on weekends during our busy period, there's issues all over the community, but primarily OEMA and Okanagan Center on the waterfront, parking and those kind of issues. And with one person, we can't do it. And then, the point of having the administration inside, I've referred a couple of bylaw complaints in the fall here recently, and we haven't been able to actually address them until 2 or 3 days later. And, that's not the fault of our staff. It's the fault of a system where they're overloaded, not being able to get their job done, but that's not serving the community. I mean, those issues were relatively time sensitive, and, some of these things are, if you can't solve the problem when you need to solve it, 3 days later isn't really helping you. So, I'm not really sure if we want to go to the level of having a part-time person indoor and another boots on the ground, or if the boots on the ground is half indoor, outdoor.
Just make that part-time person full-time.
Yeah. But I'm certainly willing to listen. What I want to see though, on my side, is an increase in bylaw enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Penny?
Can't hear.
Got you, Penny? Unmute.
Okay, sorry. I accidentally turned the lovely thing off. I was just trying to increase the volume. Sorry about that. So I missed what Todd said, but I've been listening to everything else. And I do understand, that we need more people out there. But I'm thinking that we are going to be having 5 new police officers over the next year or two. Not sure exactly when we're going to get them, but we do have that. That's what we are going to if we support those in our budget, that's going to be a 0.81% increase. And so I think my view of this is that, yes, we do need to have more service from the bylaw officers, but I would like to see, because of the year we're in and because of COVID, what's happening out there, I would like to see us consider the option that provides the part-time admin support, because one of the things we did hear from the bylaw officers was that they spend a lot of time doing their admin work, you know, doing the forms and so on. And this would free them up from much of that, so they would have more opportunity to be out there doing active work. So that's kind of my, particularly this year. The other thing is, I would like to ask Raina about the possibility of using some of the that COVID money, that 2.99, whatever it is, almost $3 million that we're getting from the government. I'm just wondering how much of that, if not all of it, we could use to bump up bylaw.
$3 million? That's a lot of bylaws.
I don't mean all the 3 million, but I meant all of the bylaw guys. They'd be pretty skookum bylaw people, I think.
Tanya, can you answer that? It depends what it can be used for.
Yeah, so through your worship, certainly there is money available through the COVID grant, and we'll talk some more about that COVID grant that we've got. One of the issues with the COVID grant, though, is it's not ongoing funding, it's one-time funding. So if we hire somebody, we'd still have to find money for a tax increase at some point to make sure that that person stayed employed with us, otherwise we'd have to lay them off. There is definitely there's a lot of available categories. One of the available categories is protective services and bylaw enforcement. So if council chose to do this, they could certainly provide, use some of this funding on an interim basis, but recognizing that if we wanted to keep that level of service, we would absolutely have to have a tax increase at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Well, just further to that question, that was why I asked it, because it would seem to me, and I have heard from some people already, that this is a tough year. It's developing into a real tough year for some people. And you know, if the rest of council is really keen to see one full-time additional person added, I would like to see that come from that COVID money for this year, looking at what that would be for the 5-year plan. We'd have to look at those figures for the 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you. Carl.
Thank you. I kind of agree with everyone's comments. I'm just wondering, taking Bill's point about another option, I completely agree we need administrative support. So I'm wondering whether option E, which is bringing the part-time administrative support on board, sorry, option F is the part-time administrative support, with a variation to option C, which brings us another part-time officer, but stagger them. So instead of having all of the part-time officers there from May till September, if we staggered them and brought on an extra part-time officer, then you would have, instead of having one person on in April, you'd have 2, and then you'd have 4 people on through May, June, and July, and then in August and September, and then you'd have 2 people on in October, and then 1 for the rest of the year. So instead of having every part-time officer start May to September, have 1 start in April, 1 start in May, and 1 start in June, so that they stretch the support across. Maybe in a COVID year, that would be, to me, a good way to start, rather than adding a full-time officer for the full year. And looking at the charts that Raina's provided, the peak time seems to be April through to October, which kind of coincides with things like burning and things like that. So it's a middle road. It's not inexpensive because you're adding a part-time at 32 and then potentially another part-time enforcement officer, but it might be something that gives us the support that the community is looking for, but also the support the staff are looking for in terms of the admin side of things.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get the boots on the ground as this side of the table the same, but also certainly need the administrative. I was thinking the option might be B and F with full-time and a bylaw or one part-time administrator at 32,000. If you look at it at 115,000 for the two of them, two people would be getting some work during COVID, if COVID continues through the summer. If we could put COVID money in reserve, I don't know if you could into bylaw reserve, it would take care of it for 10 years or so. Well, not quite 10 years at 115 a year, but I think we could work that way, but certainly boots on the ground, but you can't do it without having administrative help as well. So maybe staggering them, but there are times when you need two people to cover the area, and I think it's affordable. I don't know what the tax implications would be to carry it on. What was it? 0.78. 0.78 with the two?
Yeah.
Okay, so every year? Mm-hmm. What about during COVID money? Tanya?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's, so COVID money, they anticipate the province, there is no timeline on it, but the province is certainly hoping that we have our COVID monies wrapped up by the end of 2022. So council could fund that 115, as you've suggested, for the next 2 years from there. And then the 0.78 increase, which would actually probably be a little bit less than that by that time, because we'll have some additional monies, will be required then in 2023. So there would be, that could be considered for the growth at that time, certainly. There could be some options for that at that time.
Okay, yeah, good. I think that's doable, but Councillor Scarrow, you started all of this.
So the 115, that's one full-time outside and half an employee administrative, is that what that makes? And that's a BF?
Yeah.
Okay, so I really appreciate Councillor Gamble's thought of using the COVID money, and I kind of think that's a good start. And I like the way that Tanya expressed how it'll mitigate the impact when it does come. I really like Kara's suggestion about staggering the part-timers, whether we hire a full-timer and have two people on staff, and then the 3 part-times that exist now, we could stagger them, 2 part-times, sorry, stagger them and get better coverage. And I also agree with James that boots on the ground is the incentive here. My question is to Tanya. Penny alluded to the fact that the new RCMP officers could suck up some of the slack here. And I'm asking, have we received any of our new officers at this point?
Through the mayor, so we've received 2 officers to this point. The Kelowna has until April to fulfill the last 3 officers. So it is anticipated that we'll have the full 5 officers within this calendar year.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And that does give merit to Penny's comment there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, while, I agree there's boots on the ground, I don't know whether it makes any sense to me to add somebody during this time of year when really they're probably going to end up with not a whole lot of work. So now I would see that you're probably going to get some make work projects, or you're going to get too much enforcement at this time of year. So I'm not for adding a full-time for the whole year for that reason. So I think you add the extra part-time because that's when we really need it. We don't need it during, December, January, February. They're ultimately, it's going to be make work. I can't justify that myself. So, I think it is, you add the 155 position, and then the 132 is how I would see is best, yes.
Okay, thank you. Blair, you,
Yeah, so, just a quick question on the, RCMP officers that are coming. Are we running at a full complement?
Through your worship, I don't think that we will ever run at a full complement. So with the 2 officers that we've received, we're running right now at about 10 or 11, and we're supposed to have 18. So we are running, so there will be, I mean, the reality is the way the policing model works, we will never run at full complement.
So, yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly what I thought. The police are never gonna pick up the slack for bylaw. It just is not gonna happen. They don't do it now. We're lucky that we have a sergeant who's interested in doing some community policing, but they're still not gonna pick up the slack for bylaw. You try phoning the police and ask them to come for a bylaw infraction, and you're gonna get laughed off the phone if you can get in contact with them. So, I also have to say, I agree with the initial comments of Bill and the mayor. We've just taken bylaw and we said, okay, we're going to change it from the model of complaint only. So we need to take this department and change it. And by constantly having part-time people filling those roles doesn't do our citizens much good. Like, these guys come in here, they don't know the community, they don't know what's going on. They try to do their best, but you know, we could certainly not start a new full-time officer right away because it's a quiet time. But I'd say that we budget for the full-time officer because we need these people to be enmeshed in the community. We want people to feel good about what's going on. We want them to feel safe. We want them not to feel bullied. And right now, we can't really do anything because we got one person and they're most likely sitting in the office. So I think it's B and F. You know, we want to try to build a proper bylaw department by piecing it together. You know, if we can use the COVID money, and I respect that idea of pennies, if we can use the COVID money for 2 years, we've got a perfect test to find out. And, you know, I would hope that our staff are administrating that and looking at it and saying, okay, this is working, or hey, we don't need to do this. This is overkill. We've got people, you know, as Todd said, we've got people that are making work. And I would trust that our staff would say, hey, this is too much for what we've got. But now we've got a golden opportunity to try to serve our citizens properly. We looked through it at the comparisons with other communities. We're totally underserved for the size of our community. So I would support B and F.
okay, thank you. Cara.
Yeah, I kind of feel that with the COVID funding, we do have the opportunity to test this. I think B is definitely more useful than C because C really only gives you the extra person at the, you know, the winter months, and it's good for coverage of, you know, vacation, and, you know, everybody deserves the right to have time off and not, there wouldn't be a gap there. I suppose the one way to keep a monitor on it would be looking at the number of calls that we're answering. You know, if we're going to put an extra person on, then we should see an increase in that kind of ability to respond. And maybe that's something we can use to measure the efficacy of what we do. I think if it wasn't for the lone working, I think I would certainly be with Councillor McKenzie on having more support during the summer. But the lone bylaw officer certainly does present challenges to people for them being able to respond to everything and people being able to get hold of them, and then to have, you know, time off and good community still to be served. So I think the only way to address that is to have duality in that position over the winter months. Yeah.
Thank you. For safety too. Yeah, Raina, before you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in regards to the part-time officers, so option C and F, the scheduling, we would absolutely look at making sure that scheduling is done to cover the most needed times, evenings, weekends, answering the phones. So it's not necessarily to cover that extra October through to April, full-time Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. So it's just to have that funding to provide that second officer to cover the shifts that are needed. So it could be very flexible. The position is written to be a flexible time work schedule, if that helps provide any.
So just a quick follow-up, does that mean that we would then have 7 days a week, 365 days a year?
We would certainly look at providing the most coverage we can. I don't know what that schedule looks like right now. We've got some options on the table, even with our weekend coverage in the summer. A couple of the part-time officers have suggested a couple different things. So I wouldn't want to commit to anything, but it would definitely be to provide that coverage when it's most needed in the evenings when people are calling and they can't get anybody, weekends in the summer times and those peak periods. So like I said, not Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 in the winter when there's not a high amount of calls.
Okay.
Thank you. Counsel.
James?
Yeah, I'll get you, Penny. I'm gonna have Counsel around.
The other thing I just might add to it, when we were talking about our bylaw strategy, we talked about being proactive rather than just complaint driven. So right now, I would say that we can't be proactive. So, you know, to get to the next level, we've got to build a department here, and it doesn't have to be a massive one, but it has to be substantial enough to do the job, to be able to serve the community every day throughout the year, to know what they need to do. You know, it's all well and fine to have the part-time people in the summertime, but they really don't know the community. And, you know, I've had some interesting conversations with part-timers. They're just, you know, and it's not their fault. They're part-timers. They're from Kelowna. They don't live and eat and breathe our community like the rest of us do and like the citizens do. So if we want bylaw to be slightly proactive, we have to build a department. We can't just have one person.
Penny, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm listening here. I'm just wondering about that 115,000, if that's the budget figure that we're looking at. That included, I thought what I heard was it was one full-time equivalent and one part-time equivalent. But I would hope, if that is correct, that the part-time equivalent would be the person that offers the admin support.
Yes, right.
So maybe we could get that cleared up, and then I have some comments.
Rena?
Yes, thank you through your worship. So option B is 85,000 per year is a one full-time officer, and then 32,000 per year was for the one part-time administrative support. So it's actually, I think, 117 per year.
Okay, so 117. All right, thanks. And I do think that is reasonable. I personally would kind of like to hear from staff, like, as far as I'm concerned, I think having one full-time or two part-time people out there in the busy time of the year, maybe overlapping a bit in the summer months, would be, you know, I would be very comfortable with that, because I know that our population increases significantly in the summer months. And we have a lot, normally, we have a lot of visitors in the summer months, and even into the, you know, in the spring and fall. So to me, that is where the majority of the impacts are for bylaw. That's when people are out and about in the community and that type of thing. So I would be quite comfortable with that. I do hear what Blair is saying, and I you know, I understand that, but I think that education is such a big part of bylaw, and it should be. I mean, you want it to be a positive experience for people in the community for the most part. And so I would be comfortable with that one FTE be broken down and used to overlap, you know, in a flexible way, if necessary. And then the other part-time position be focused on admin and taking that load off of the bylaw officers. So I guess that would be I guess a tweaked option F maybe, is that right?
Yes, Reina?
Thank you, through your worship. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Gamble, I believe it sounds more like that's the C and F option, the part-time bylaw, which would add on to our existing part-time to make another,
Okay.
and then the part-time admin. So from what I'm hearing from council, either the C and F option, which is the 55 and 32 or a 0.5% tax increase, or the B and F, which is 85 and 32 and a 0.78% tax increase, funded from the COVID for 2 years, was discussed. Staff would be, in speaking with our bylaw enforcement officer, the absolute minimum, her request was the admin support. We'll give her the time to get out there and do more. But still in the summer months, it's not going to be enough, right? She's still going to get behind, and that both bylaw officers still have to come in and do that admin support. So that's huge. And huge. I would agree with Councillor Island, being proactive, if that's council's wish and your level of service you wish to provide and being out there, then moving towards that another full-time officer. If that's what council wants to see in this community, then perhaps B and F would be council staff's recommendation.
And I didn't say at the time, but to have 2 full-time, I think is beneficial. I mean, look how many officers it takes for us to get full-time policing. We only they want about 23 or something to give 24/7, and we're talking about 2.5 to give us at least 5 days a week, and maybe we can get 7. But certainly they need the administration time as well. And Blair said, it's not safe sometimes to send one person to a bylaw complaint. So if we have at least 3, there are 2 outside and 1 full-time or part-time admin, maybe they have to know the rules and regulations too. So they could even help out. So you could always sort of call on 2 people to go in the busiest times, particularly. So I think, and especially with our finance officer, our deputy admin as well, saying we can do it through COVID for a couple of years, and I appreciate, as Todd says, this time of year, do we need 3 or 2.5 people? But we can play that out with the province's money for the first 2 years anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I had Jeremy, who hasn't spoken yet. Jeremy?
Councillor Kozub.
Councillor Kozub. Oh yeah, this is a council meeting.
It sounds more distinguished. No, I've just been sitting here quietly, and Councillor Scarrow has been waving his hand at me to say something. And before we came in, I didn't realize we could actually pull the funds from the COVID funding. I thought that was something that was going to be separate. So I was really weighing in my head how are we going to get around this without raising taxes anymore, and with keeping the community safe. But now that I found out we can dig into the COVID funding and then offset this for 2 more years before we go into the taxes, then I'm fully in support of B and F. Is what I think. I think that we should get more officers and safety and part-time. That's where I'm at.
Good, thank you. Okay, Cara, Bill, Todd.
Just a point of clarification on C. C is actually not the addition of a part-time officer as I'm reading it, unless I'm reading it wrong. It's the increasing from a part-time to a full-time. Okay, so that gives you, C does give you your 2 officers during the winter months. So B and F gives you 3 during the winter months, October to April, and 4 May to September, plus the admin support. Okay. C and F, if I'm reading it correctly, gives you 2, the same 2 between October and April, plus 3 May to September, plus the admin support. So I kind of like C and F because it gives you the 2 and it keeps and we have 3 with admin support during the summer. So the officers who are out in the summer have admin support during that peak time. So you're going to make more use of their time. So it's not adding just an admin, just a part-time officer. C gives you a full-time officer 12 months of the year.
Your worship, maybe Reina should clarify that.
Yes. Okay, Reina?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. So the intent of B is to fund one more additional full-time officer. Currently, we have one full-time. We have one part-time. Full-time hours from May to September. So they work 35 hours a week from May to September. And we have a Saturday, Sunday shift. So we have, in the summer months, we have 3 officers. Option B adds one more full-time officer. So we'd add one more year-round officer. So we'd have, in the summer months, Council reads correct, we'd have our 2 full-time, a 3rd full-time in the summer, and our Saturday and Sunday, which we could look at eliminating depending on the need and the hours scheduled. Option C increases that part-time that we have to a full-time. So for the year round, we'd have 2 full-time officers and we'd have our Saturday, Sunday shift in the summer. So I think that's what Councillor Reid was saying.
Right, yep.
Yes,
Okay.
so option C would be 2 full-time all year round and our Saturday, Sunday in the summer. Option A is 2 full-time year round, a 3rd full-time in the summer and Saturday and Sundays.
Okay, thanks.
And the admin part-time being year-round part-time. We'd combine it with another position to provide support in the organization. So it wouldn't be the part-time admin support just May to September. Looking for year-round
Okay.
part-time admin support.
And I think that builds a better department. Tom, did I have you? Oh, Bill, sorry.
A couple of things that I've heard and learned, the first one that I want to ask Rena is are we facing some sort of a backlog with bylaw enforcement? Is there a number of cases that we haven't managed to deal with yet or that are ongoing?
Thank you for your worship. The answer to that would be always.
Yeah.
There's always a backlog.
So, like inside my little head here, I'm thinking we'll never actually achieve as a district as many bylaw officers as we could use. I don't really buy into Todd's comment that we'd be making work for them. I believe there's enough work for them. So in light of that, I would like to motion that we do option B and F in a combine. And I'd like to make that motion today.
Councillor Kozub, second. Not Councillor, but
Tanya.
Just Tanya.
The CFO would like to request that the motion be amended so that it says that it's funded from COVID funds for 2 years.
By all means, that would be my intention for 2 years.
For 2 years.
okay. Anybody else? Todd, you did just come in the job.
So, obviously, we want to add extra here, and I think we're arguing over the same thing. It's just a matter of, if you're looking at the numbers, when I look at 4 consecutive months for calls, not parking, which parking's not a call, it's 16, 11, 14, and 11. That's your volume of calls in a month. So I think you are going to be doing a make work project, I have to say, right? The numbers don't lie. But if because we're presented with this opportunity for COVID money, I'm fully willing to support this, but I would want us to be willing to pull this back, because if we are throwing away money for the 3 or 4 months there, when we could be investing it towards those months that we need it, I'm way more supportive of that. Like, that makes sense. Otherwise, there's no way. You got 4 months there where, it just doesn't make sense to have 2 other than the safety. So we better come up with something for them. Otherwise, that just doesn't make sense. Numbers don't lie.
Your worship, this resolution clearly states that This is going to be for 2 years for the COVID, because we're paying it for with the COVID-19 grant. But then it has to go back to council the budget time for the tax increase necessary to create the position full-time permanently, basically.
Interpret or forever. Councilor Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, I think this is the way to go. I think that, as I said at the very beginning, that we trust the staff to review this as it goes and see where we're getting to. But again, I'll state, and the numbers may not lie, but they do lie when we're saying we're no longer in a system where we're waiting for the call. Right? If we're going to be proactive, like, I don't know if you guys realize the number of bylaw infractions that are going on under your eyes every single day that we can't get to because nobody complains. And I'll tell you, most of the people don't complain because they can't ever talk to anybody. They leave a message, their message doesn't get returned for several days. And again, this is not a criticism of the staff. They're doing their job. This is the workload. So they just don't call. I can tell you, I can come up with about 60 bylaw infractions that are fairly serious, just in my neighborhood, just off the top of my head, that people aren't calling in about. And I'm certainly not going to call in for everybody. So there's a lot of stuff to be done. And people are resentful about it when they don't get service. And when somebody's breaking the rules flagrantly that's impacting their life, they don't call. So we need to be more proactive. We said we're going to be more proactive. So the calls don't really tell the story. It's going to be the attendance going forward and the work that gets done that will tell the story.
Okay. Penny.
Thanks. I just wanted to suggest that if we're thinking about increasing the number to provide security for bylaw officers when they go out to administer a complaint or to investigate a complaint, I think that we have to realize that if there is a danger to themselves, they should be really contacting the police to go with them. I mean, they're not the police, and we don't want to put them in that position, I don't think. But I would just like to hear the resolution clearly stated so that we know exactly what we are voting for. I know that it's being funded for 2 years from the COVID grant, but what exactly is the rest of it?
You want to read that, Rena, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are combining B and F. So B, that bylaw enforcement levels of service increase by adding 1 full-time enforcement officer at an estimated cost of $85,000 per year. And bylaw enforcement levels of service increase by adding 1 part-time admin support for bylaw enforcement at an estimated cost of $32,000 per year. And that be funded from the COVID funding for 2 years and revisited at that time.
Okay, good. I support that.
Okay, I'll call the question now. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councillor Reid opposed. Motion carried. Okay, good. Now we're on to the financial plan, but first I have to do, comfort break 10. We'll let you get prepared.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as we get started, our agenda tonight, we did have public comment at the very end of this meeting. I completely understand, however, if there's public out there on the line, how they would possibly feel about waiting to the end of the meeting to provide their comments if they have some comments. Council could certainly take a few moments right now and encourage people to phone in. We have somebody standing by ready to take calls. If there's anybody out there that would like to provide some feedback prior to me getting started and the discussions ensuing, might be late tonight, so that would be up to Council though.
I would move that we open the floor to calls, streaming calls that come in.
Thank you, Councillor Gamble.
Moved and seconded. Anybody wish to call in?
We'll give everybody a minute or two here and see if anybody calls in.
Unless it's Dawn, I don't want to hear Dawn. We've got no one else to talk to.
Raina, I don't know if I enunciated, but Councillor Reid was opposed on that last motion.
Yes, I do have that recorded. And I will, Willeen is upstairs monitoring the phone, so I'll let council know as soon as any phone calls come in.
Yeah, so we can even get started, but if people are calling in, certainly we would.
You can interrupt.
They can interrupt us and speak their piece, encourage people to come. Okay, so we'll get started on the presentation. So we have a bit of an agenda. Some of this stuff is repeat from year after year, but certainly if there's anybody out there listening, we go over it each time so that we can explain how the budget's built. There's legislative requirements, there's a timeline. During the timeline, I'll have our communications officer come up and speak just a little bit about what public input is going to look like this year. There's some budget basics on how we build the budget every year, some non-market change. I'm also going to talk about market change because that's a big conversation it seems this year. We've had some significant increases, market increases in some of our properties. The 5-year capital plan, then we'll go through the operating review. We'll do a capital review. And at the end, we'll talk about those few optional items that we have there. So legislative requirements, I'm going to go over this fairly quickly. There's a big section in the financial in the community charter under section 165 on the financial plan. Got a whole bunch of points on it. I pulled out just a couple of points. These two are important. The total of the proposed expenditures and transfers to other funds for a year must not exceed the total of the proposed funding sources. What does that mean? It means we have to have a balanced budget. It means we can't run a deficit or a surplus. We're not the federal or provincial governments. We got to make sure that we are collecting the amount of money that we need in any given year and we're allocating it out appropriately. If actual expenditures and transfers to other funds for a year exceed, the resulting deficiency must be included in the next year's financial plan. This is actually a really important one this year. So this is why the province was pushing really hard to get out that COVID-19 restart funding grant to the municipalities. Because if municipalities had rolled around and had a deficit this year, either as a result of lost revenues from 2020 or something like that, they would have had to include any of those losses in their financial plan this year to make sure that they collected for that loss that they had. So it was really important for the province to push those grant funds out to us to make sure that we would be able to recover or inject into our 2020 budgets any funds needed to make sure we don't have losses. Public process, it's a requirement in the community charter. We must undertake a process of public consultation. Of course, in communities, that ranges everything from, well, we had a public meeting and that was public, to a lot more involved, and we have various meetings inviting the public to it. This year is going to be a lot more about virtual platforms, but I'll leave that for our communications officers. So timing, we are here today introducing the plan and giving it first reading, hopefully. On January the 19th, we'll bring forward consideration of early approval requests. So this usually comes just subsequent to the first reading of the budget. Some of our capital projects and positions require early approval to be able to obtain best pricing and all kinds of different reasons. Some public input opportunities through January and February. February 23rd, you'll have seen that come into your calendars, hopefully. We're looking for second and third readings. So any information that came from the public, we'll summarize that for council. Council can make consideration of any of the changes that are coming forward, that may come forward. And then we'll give it second and third readings. And then hopefully adoption on March 16th. So interesting, we're running probably about a month behind this year. Certainly COVID has impacted my timing on this. It's also impacted some of the decisions that council needs to make. So I'll actually invite Ruth up to talk just for a second, for a moment, about what our public input opportunities look like this year.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks, Tanya, for including me in the presentation today. So as Tanya mentioned, it is
You have to introduce yourself to the wide audience out there.
Okay, there we go. So I'm Ruth Slentich, and I'm with the communications team and tasked with the public engagement, specifically with the 2021 budget and the 5-year financial plan. So again, strange year. The requirement for face-to-face public input is just not an option this year, unfortunately. However, our team's been extremely creative. We've had a lot of meetings to talk about how do we reach the community whose input and engagement is extremely important. So we've looked at other municipalities, what they've done. We've taken a lot of notes of different organizations, how they've reached out to their communities and to their stakeholders. And we're putting a lot of these into action. So one of the important factors for us was when the agenda was published last week, we had a communication go out to our many subscribers as well as on social media, really explaining the proposed draft budget and putting it in terms that people could understand and relate it. We had a very active discussion on our social media sites as well as our Let's Talk Lake Country. We had about 20 questions submitted. There were really good questions, good comments, and people were extremely engaged, and that was just the first week. In fact, on Let's Talk Lake Country, we had almost 300 people visit it in the last week, which is great. I'm really happy with that. And then after the meeting tonight, we'll do a summary of what happened, and we'll explain it to the community as well, and again, answer questions throughout the process. On February 9th, we've arranged for a virtual town hall. Council will remember last year we had the town hall ward meetings. Unfortunately, we can't do that this year, but we will do a virtual meeting. We started advertising it in December, and every communication we send out, including a news flyer that will be mail dropped to all the postal codes in Lake Country. So every home will receive it. And it's really just talking about the budget, just a breakdown, but also inviting everyone to the virtual town hall. And there's been a lot of talk about it on social media, so we'll get the message out and hopefully we'll have a really great turnout. So in addition to that, we're using our other tools. We're using our social media as mentioned, our subscriber lists. We're also using our newspaper ads and as explained, the mail out. So we're really trying hard. We're using every communication opportunity to reach out to people, to reach out to all the special interest groups, reach out to our stakeholders and just really explain it. So piece it out, explain each component of it, and really listen to what everybody's saying and report back to you, as Tanya mentioned, in the summary report. So with that, I'll turn it back to...
A question for you.
Sorry.
Councilor Scarrow.
Yeah, just a small one. Thanks for your presentation. So you're sending out a flyer to all people with a condensed basic information thing. My question is this available to the public, the real gamers that want to get into it?
Sure is, yeah.
Is it available for free or at cost?
No, it's for free. So, and I assume you are referencing a downloadable copy on the computer?
Yeah.
Yes. So if you go to Let's Talk Lake Country, which is on our website, it's right there. They can, any user can download it.
And it's this whole thing?
It is, yes.
Okay. Any other
So
questions?
one more question, and that I don't think James saw my hand there. One of the things I wanted to ask was there are people that I know, and I'm sure many of you know people who do not have access to a computer. So how do they participate in this discussion? Not everybody is online. I know many people just can't afford a new computer. And maybe their old one isn't working anymore. So I'm just wondering, how do we address this and make sure that if people want to give input, they, there's online surveys, but for those people who don't have access to that, what are we doing?
That's a great question, Councillor Gamble, and thank you for it. So Karen Miller, our other communications officer, is wonderful. She has a great relationship with many of the stakeholders who are in that particular that situation that you just mentioned. So a lot of times those members of the community might phone in. So we would document what they're saying. We still get quite a few letters, so to mayor and council, which of course we process and we do respond back to, as well as the newspaper ads reach several that might not have technology, as well as the mail out. That's why I think the mail out's extremely important, because a lot of people, even if they have social media, might tap out, not choose to look at it for weeks on end, and we might miss that opportunity. So if someone has a flyer in their mailbox, maybe they'll look at it, as long as it's not incorporated into their Canadian Tire or Walmart flyer. But we'll just make sure that it hits those mailboxes on opposite dates that those type of flyers might get there. So again, just really thinking it through and trying to do things in a way that, as you mentioned, everyone, regardless of their situation, whether they have technology or not, that they're reached and that they have ample time as well as opportunity to comment.
Okay, and further to that, can you report on, like, just summarize some of the input that you've received, kind of like the trends that you're seeing in people's comments?
Yes, absolutely. So as mentioned, in the week that the agenda's been out, not even a week, we have opened the Let's Talk platform. I won't comment necessarily what I've seen on social media, but the comments that have come back to us in the preferred method have definitely been around infrastructure. So just a lot of comments on the roads. As I was mentioning to some of the staff today, that there are a lot of comments about the lack of sidewalks and how they want to see sidewalks, and whether it's a sidewalk or a pathway or what have you, and as well as the safety of the community in walking. So that seems to be a general theme, as well as the Parks and Rec, just not necessarily supporting new infrastructure, but more or less really looking at the needs of the community, seeing what's required, maintaining what we have, and also the theme of the pool and the additional ice rink keeps coming up and poking its head. So there, if I had to sum it up, I would say roads and sidewalks take top spot.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Okay. So let's talk about property taxation. Property taxation makes up the major source of funding for the district. It's 46% of the financial plan. That changes a little bit after we get the capital in there, of course, because we fund our capital from reserves or from contributions from development. So that amount does go down. So that pretty much covers, though the 46% covers our operational plan because there isn't any capital in the plan yet. So 46% to cover operations. Most departments require funding from property taxation. We do have some exceptions though. Some of our departments are funded by user fees. So water, sewer, garbage are all funded by user fees. They're self-funding. They don't require property taxation. Any excess of funds that are collected over the operating expenses go into reserves for those specific ones, and they are used to fund capital or replacement. Building inspection is budgeted to have a net zero impact on taxation. We seem to see year after year right now of an enormous building inspection, building permit fees, stuff like that. We don't budget for it. It comes into our budget and we reallocate those during the surplus time when we talk about that. And hydroelectric generation. So that one is also self-funding. There's no taxation in that one. Any excess revenue over expenses is transferred to the Climate Action Reserve, both by policy and resolution of council. Apparently if I slow down, I can breathe.
Councillor Carroll.
I think if I read this correctly, we generated a profit of 111, was it $1,000 on our hydroelectric facility this year?
Approximately, yes.
And I've always been told that the number should be around 300,000. Is there a reason?
So I think that number was planned once the debt is paid off. So there is some debt that's expiring on that shortly, but there is some additional debt on that one that carries on as well. But once all the debt is paid off, that definitely will carry, it definitely earn more than 300,000 a year towards the reserve.
Okay, and then just my next question, which you might not have got to yet. I need to know, or I would like to know what the ratio or the percentage of our overall budget goes to wages and staff.
Yep, we'll get down to that one.
Okay, good.
Administrative overhead. So we take all of our departments that are within the district that make up the administration or sort of the internal service departments that we need that aren't specifically tied to any one function. And we take all those costs and we gather them all up and we distribute them to all the other departments. So regardless of whether they're funded by property taxes or user fees, everybody sort of pays their portion of administration. It's all based on a percentage of expenditures. So we assume that the departments that have more expenditures probably consume more time of accounts payable and stuff like that. It's approximately 20% of the total budget. So administration is give or take 20%. Reserves. So reserves are really, really important. We created a reserve policy in 2016. Now, I think there was a suggestion last year from Council that we need to review that policy. We absolutely do. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to happen in 2020. There was quite a year in 2020, but it will happen in 2021, which is appropriate. It was 5 years since that policy then has been created, and it would definitely be appropriate. And I would suggest that it ready for a new CFO to review our reserve policy and make sure that it is appropriate.
Tell her.
Absolutely. Why do we need reserves? So reserves do all kinds of things for the district. They mitigate current and future risks. So as we talked about before the funding came down from COVID, I was able to stand here in front of Council and we presented a report that basically said, because we have some reserves in place, we're going to be okay. If we didn't have reserves and there was a whole bunch of communities around this province that were sweating pretty hard because they didn't have the reserves to support them, it would have been a lot worse. So I talked about the fact that you'd had to add a deficit to your budget. There was a whole bunch of communities that were looking at having to add deficits because they didn't have the reserves to cover. So these are really, really important. This is also, it demonstrates commitment to our long-range infrastructure and master plans. So we don't just get to build a water treatment plant someday and not have any money in the bank. We're going to have some portion of our own funds. Obviously, we're going to need to borrow some funds, and developers are going to have to contribute some funds. But it's really important that we've planned for that over a long period of time and gathered some money for that, and it didn't just fall on our taxpayers. We have transfers to reserves and transfers from reserves. So transfers to reserves, so that's our transfers to our savings accounts. We put that away, capital, rainy day savings, whatever we put it away for. We also have transfers from reserves. So from reserves, we're pulling out of our savings account, we're funding our capital projects, or perhaps operating. So Rcmp is a good example of that. We have, as indicated earlier, we have budgeted for 18 officers. We have right now at any given time, I think last I checked, 11, there might be 12 now. So there's a whole bunch of officers that we don't actually pay for. If they're not here, we don't pay for them. Well, that's good news. But how do we account for that? So we budget for the full amount. We say we're going to have 18 officers, budget for the full amount. We offset that with a transfer from reserve. So that transfer from reserve only happens if we actually had 18 officers. If we don't have 18 officers, we don't take any money out of our reserve to support that, right? The reality is, as we all know, we'll never be fully staffed. The way that the Rcmp model works, we're never going to have all 18 officers. So we'll talk about that again at some point in the near future. Reserves, so where are we at? So it's really important to note these 2019 numbers don't actually match. If you went to your financial statement package and had a look in there, because these numbers I carry forward in a spreadsheet, what I've got committed against them. So it includes carry forwards, projects that we've committed but we haven't spent all the funding for. So that's the 2019 numbers. As you can see, we've got about 10.3 million in general reserves, not very much money, 900 from 2019 in sewer reserves, and 3.5 million in water reserves. So our water reserves, I'll start there because that's the easiest one to talk about. They dip down and then they go back up. Within our water fund, so we have a number of projects considered. Depending on the projects in any given year, those numbers dip or they go back up. We'll see those numbers grow a little bit over the next several years as we build towards a water treatment plant, and we plan for that. The sewer reserves we've had decreasing balances in our sewer reserves. They're not in good shape, but that also indicates, that tells us that it's time for a rate review on our sewer. So we've been working on a updated master plan. So out of that, once that's all complete, we'll definitely need to do a rate review on the sewer and figure out what it is that we need to collect to make sure that we can service our infrastructure. And we see slightly growing numbers in our general reserves, which is good because we should include it in that number as our general surplus, which is the number that we have that we've been feeding that doesn't quite meet the expected balance yet. So that's included in that number. So it's good to see those balances increasing a little bit. This is our 2021 budgeted transfers to reserves to give you an idea of how much we're actually transferring in any given year. So our general capital reserve is about $1 million. It was a little higher last year. I can tell you that this year we stole $300,000 from the general capital reserve to put into the IT reserve. Probably not, but we reallocated some of the funding from our general that went into our general capital into the IT reserve. Water capital is about $1.5 million. Sewer capital, again, like I said, we obviously need to do something about our rates there. Climate action, community works, that's our gas tax. That's what we've got. That's the amount that we collect from gas tax. That includes an interest amount. So all of these amounts include interest. Equipment, facilities. So that facilities amount that you see there is the increase that council put through last year, the 1.25%, which generated about $170,000. So our facilities reserve transfer has gone from 30 or 40,000 a year up to 200,000 a year, which is a good start on renewal for our facilities. Financial stabilization reserve, the only thing that goes into that one generally is some of the expenses we have that span a number of years. So for example, our election, we put a little bit of money in that reserve every year for our election and then pull out the amount that we need for our election in 2022. Fire facilities, so there's a good amount going into that, but we also buy very expensive fire trucks, so we need to seem to put money away there. Maybe, well, we did last year. The IT reserve, as I mentioned before, we're putting some money there. The policing reserve, again, that is the money that is left over at the end of the year after all the expenses have been paid. So the difference between the budget and the expenses funds the policing reserve. We don't budget for that. That's by resolution through that reserve policy. It states in there, but that's where that's how that gets funded. It's not through a reserve transfer in our financial plan. The solid waste reserve is just the excess of user fees after we've paid all the expenses. And then there's the transportation infrastructure reserve, which would be to fund all of our roads projects.
Councillor Reid had a question.
Sorry, forgive me. The policing reserve, it's very low, but we've just said that we're not fully staffed. So is does that assume we have 18 and then we work back from that?
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the capital plan. Let's talk about the capital plan.
Just before we leave this, if I might just ask, that list, the reserves, I was looking for that in the capital plan, or not in the capital plan, but in the financial plan. And I could not see it there. And it's something that I think it's important for us to have. Is there any way you can send that to us?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And I will make a note to add it to the book next year.
Thanks.
Yeah, because it's a lump sum right now that's contained. You wouldn't be able to see the individual amounts right now. But
no, and it's so important to have an understanding of what we keep in reserves to understand, you know, the fiscal health of the district.
Right. Okay. So the capital plan. So I think we need to talk a little bit about the 5-year capital plan and what the intention of the 5-year capital plan is. So in any given year, we go through and we request capital projects for that year. We provide more detailed information on those projects. We certainly try and project out most of our projects into the 5-year plan, but it's impossible to see everything. Certainly there's things that come up within our plan, whether it's a result of renewal issues that we hadn't anticipated, development, all kinds of other things that create issues within our financial plan. I would suggest that the financial plan, the 5-year financial plan, is most accurate in the year that we're in and gets less accurate the farther you go out. So first year, we are absolutely confident. The second year we're a little less confident. By the last year, we're just guessing. There's a whole lot of guessing going on. We have no idea how much exactly things are going to be or how likely it is. We are really at that point just trying to earmark funds, knowing that there's big projects coming at that point. And that's the intention of the capital plan, right? Is that we're saving for the big stuff, that we have enough money to cover the little stuff that comes up every year. And what do I mean by little? The district, given the level of reserves, can probably absorb anything up to about $200,000 without too much issue in any given year. Stuff over $200,000, we probably need to plan for a little bit more. We need to know that that's coming, right? We keep at least $200,000 in most of our reserves. In the general capital reserve, we actually keep more like $1 million in that reserve. So we try and budget out 5 years for the big stuff. Now, what the costing in that 5-year financial plan, the last year is our best guess. We have not done design usually on those things. We have not done any costing. We haven't done any procurement processes. That is our experience, staff experience, and just a guess of what we think that's going to be. And it's pretty much like that probably the last 3 years. We're fairly confident about the first or second year. But still, even then, there's stuff that'll be in 2022 that's going to change pretty drastically based on what's coming up. So when you look at your 5-year capital plan, I think that it's really important to keep in mind that this is our best guess. It's a plan, it's a budget, which means it's not exact. If the province wanted us to be exact, they'd let us do our budget after we're done the year, not before we're done the year. So it's not an exact science. This is just our best guess at where we're going. So we review each year for a whole bunch of considerations. Changes in master plans, staff capacity, prioritization with other projects not currently in the capital plan. So if we have a large project that we're working on, may not be capital in nature necessarily, but we will prioritize our work to make sure that that work can be done. Changes in costing. We've seen massive escalation in costing in the last few years. So certainly some of the costing that we have in our master plans, which is what we rely on to inform our 5-year capital plan, isn't always accurate. And we don't really realize that until we get through design often. Organizational community needs, grant opportunities. So grant opportunities crop up, push things to the forefront. Reserve levels. So there is definitely a time where projects get submitted, I put them in, and then I go back and I say, we don't have enough money to do that. That's, what are you guys pulling out of here? Because there isn't enough money in this year to do that. So then we start rearranging projects to make sure that we have the money to do it in each of the 5 years. Proposed development, so we don't always control the pace of development. And when things get pushed ahead, then we have to try and adjust some of our plans for that. So if you see projects moving from 2023 to 2021, perhaps it's because of development. I think we'll talk about Bottom Wood Lake Road as an example of that coming up. So I think that, you know, as long as we're looking at the capital plan for what it is, which is our best guess, then I think we'll understand better where the district's trying to go with it.
Excuse me, Councilor Reid.
I know we already said this by email, but I just want to clarify from my point of view, I completely accept 5 years, 2 years out, 4 years out is not guesswork, but it's not to be set in stone. For me, given this plan and what I looked at, I would really appreciate it maybe for the next plan if staff could highlight what's new this year and what was committed to last year. And is so, for example, there were projects in there from 2021 in the plan that are in here now for 2021. But equally, there are new projects that weren't in there. So it's very difficult for me as a layperson to sit down there and go, well, what did we commit to in 2021 last year that we're still doing, and what have we changed? And things like being able to see where the budgets have changed, because it's not documented that last year we estimated 125,000 for this project. This year, to take our property system, we're estimating 970,000 for it. So that's a big change. So I think more clarity from staff is when they're looking and saying, this was a project that was in the capital plan for 2021, that is truly the case, and two, that why, if there has been a change in the budget, can we see that change in the budget clearly rather than having to have both documents open and comparing between the two? So I think that would be useful for me to see, accepting that, yes, there is going to be change, but it would be nice to see that change highlighted so we can acknowledge it.
So I think the only comment that I would make is, I mean, certainly when we do our financial plans, they're forward-looking. We look forward to do the financial plan. We don't look back to do our financial plan. Our 2020 projects definitely inform where we're going, but our financial plan, we basically start in 2021 and sit down and go, okay, what are we going to do? We don't necessarily look at what we had, what the financial plan said in the prior year. I send that out and it's a starting point, but it's a brand new year every year. We try and plan that.
I think
so.
Okay.
I think while I appreciate the desire to see what's changed, it's really difficult for staff because we do start fresh. I mean, this is our capital plan for this year, right? Like, we are looking forward for it. We don't necessarily look back. But there are a lot of things that change. And so documenting some of those changes, we could absolutely take some time to do that. It is a lot of time though for us to go back and compare each project to the prior year and look forward again and figure out what exactly changed in all the costing.
Well, I mean, we're comparing each project, the 2021 forecast, not comparing the whole plan, but just saying this is what we said in 2020. This is what we said we would do in 2020 for 2021, and this is now what we're saying we're doing in 2020. Otherwise, I have to do the same piece of work, because if we've said to the community, and we have, this is potentially happening in 2021, subject to budget, and it's not in the budget, then we have to acknowledge that. So, and the only way to do it is either go through it by hand and compare it, or ask staff just to highlight what's new and what's existing. But
so, Your Worship, when projects have been approved into 2020, and they have not been finished, obviously, there will be coming back to council as carry forward. So you will know that there will be some budget implications that are carried forward from the previous year. If there are any fully new projects, I guess, it would be just as easy to say new next to the project name, and that'll do.
So that is absolutely possible, but I just need clarification if Councillor Reid is looking for us to go back and justify if projects haven't gone forward or fallen off the plan.
I think it would be nice, but if that's too much to ask for without a financial system that helps that process, then just knowing which ones are new and whether there's been a change to the project cost or not, that would be helpful for me.
So that was the intention of the question that's in there that says, you know, was this previously in the financial plan? And there are a couple that have errors, I will say. So if you would like that changed, then we can consider that change.
I think if it can be filled in so that it's correct, that would be helpful, because when you got the errors, it was like, well, then you have to check everything because you don't know which ones are right and which ones are wrong. And if it could be added to say, was it in last year and has the budget changed? And if so, why? That would be really helpful. It doesn't say that has the budget changed. It just says.
Councillor Gamble has a question.
Councillor Gamble.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that I really liked the format generally that we're following in the new financial document here, and I did like the questions and that type of thing. I did. I am hearing, you know, what Councillor Reid is saying, and it's interesting that as we were talking, I remembered that the previous financial plan had the pool and ice sheet feasibility study in it, and that last year was deferred until 2021. I did not see that. Maybe I missed it, but I did not see it in the plan. And it's possible I missed it. I know there's a lot in that plan. But that's, I guess, if that's not there, I hope it hasn't fallen off the table. Because as we did just hear from Ruth, pool is a big deal with a lot of residents in this community. And I hear it all the time. Hey, Ruth, way to go.
Thanks, Councillor Gamble. Just as a quick note, that was pushed out to 2022. There was a discussion last year, so it's called the Major Sport and Recreation Needs Assessment. So it was going to assess a pool and a sheet of ice, a bunch of things. In June of 2020, there was a discussion about, there was some additional funding added to the MAC, and we indicated to council at that time that there would be, most of the projects would have to be pushed out at least a year as a result of that. And that was one of them. The other component of that one is certainly that there's a huge community input factor to it that will be very, very difficult during COVID. So that may be better undertaken after COVID.
Yeah, but I really have to say I like the format, the questions, to kind of get us to kind of think about what we're looking at here in decision making. So,
okay, thank you.
And just the last point that I want to make about the capital plan is there are certain items that we have within there that we use as just placeholders. So it's simply that we've earmarked funds. We don't actually know until we get to that year what's going to be in there. So vehicles and equipment replacement is one of them. We earmark funds in any given year, and then we get to that year, and our manager sits down, our public works manager sits down with staff, and they look at each one of those vehicles, and they go, okay, no, we don't need to replace this one. It's still going okay. We haven't had very much repairs on it, or this one's not very good. It needs to go. So they do an assessment annually on all of our vehicles just to make sure. This is not just an auto replacement. So they're not just sitting down going, oh, this one's at 10 years, it's got to go. They're actually looking at each one of those vehicles and making sure that it's appropriate for it to be replaced. And we don't know that until the year that we get there. So non-market change. So we talk about non-market change every year. We also term this growth. This is any changes that have occurred in the market that aren't market related, right? So this is anything, properties that have changed classes, rezonings, subdivisions, and then any growth, so brand new development. We have an early estimate this year of 2.33. What does that mean? It's actually the lowest amount that we've had, as you can see, in a number of years. Back to 2016, that's the lowest amount. So we've had record years though for our building permits. And of course the question is always, well, why doesn't that translate into growth dollars? And it doesn't translate into growth dollars always. Not all building improvement is equal. So we got a nice new school over there that contributes absolutely nothing to our tax base, but definitely contributed to our building permit revenue. Or if somebody puts in a pool, it doesn't add a whole lot to your assessment. That's building permit revenue, but doesn't add a whole lot. So there's a whole bunch of improvements people do to their house that may result in building permit revenue, but it doesn't necessarily result in assessment growth.
Yeah, Tanya, the one that says included desktop review, is that what we were talking about when we had a review of all of the appraisals and of the land?
Yeah.
When are we going to get that again? Because that was a good one.
So, well, they probably won't do that one very often. So what that one did was the overhead fly. So they went and looked and they compared each property and the buildings on each property to what they had in their system. So they made a determination at that point. There was a whole bunch of assessment added for people that had done things like build sheds and garages without building permits and things, or houses that got built without building permits. So they gathered all of that information and it went into the assessment that year. Now that we have a more robust, and it was beneficial certainly for Lake Country and some of the more newly
we won pretty good.
The new communities at that time that had previously been under a regional district where things were a little bit more
loose,
wild west. We have a much more robust building permit program now. So I would suggest that a desktop review probably wouldn't add as much. They probably will do it again, but we won't see one for another 10 or 15 years.
Thank you for your answer.
Good.
Market change. So let's talk about market change a bit. There's been a few comments I've certainly seen from the community on market change. So we've seen a fairly good increase in market in our community. I mean, certainly I think we all have examples of houses nearby that are selling way above assessment and all kinds of crazy things right now. The market's insane. So does that mean that the district collects more taxes? So everybody's like, well, my assessment went way up. You guys are going to collect a whole bunch more taxes from me. So we do build in, when we build our tax rates, build in the average market change. So if your house went up by the average amount that your class went up, you'll see the tax increase that is set. So if it's 2% this year, the average residential property went up 5%. If you had a 5% increase in your assessment, you'll see a 2% increase in your taxes. If your assessment went up more than 5%, you're going to pick up a bigger chunk of that 2%. You're going to see a higher than 2% increase. If your assessment went up less than that, so if your assessment went up 2 or 3% instead of the average of the 5, you'll see less than a 2% tax increase. So it all averages out. There is no one property in the district that goes up the exact average and is the exact average amount of our property. So everybody's a little bit different. It's all up and down, but it all depends on where you sit within your class. So that's what I was talking about, the average class increase. So the average residential class increase was 5%, but the individual property increases within that class were all over the board. Some people may have went up 5%, but some people probably went up 10%. And there may have been some that went down, depending on their property. So that average single family home that I was talking about has an assessment this year of $760,000. So that's up quite a bit over last year. Our average property last year was assessed at $711,000. So every 1% increase is approximately a $21 increase in general municipal taxes to the average single family home. Okay, let's talk about this COVID-19 Safe Restart Grant. So as I mentioned before, the province was scrambling to get these grants out to municipalities so that they could make sure that they didn't have deficits heading into their next budget cycle. We received $2.947 million. That was a calculation that was determined by UBCM, and it was based on population, but had some other factors in it, whereby they made sure that they kind of smoothed it out a little bit so that smaller communities would receive more and larger communities receive less. The city of Vancouver, for example, received 16 million, and we're hoping for 60 million. So that's kind of how it worked. We have. The money is in our bank. So these grants are what they call conditional grants, which means that there is definitely restrictions on how you can use it. It's very similar to how we receive our gas tax funding. So we receive our gas tax funding up front, and then they give you specific ways that you can use it, and then you report on how you used it after the fact. This grant is very similar. They gave it to us up front. They said, we think you should spend it on these items, and then you tell us after the fact how you actually spent it. As I indicated, there is no time limit on it, although the province is definitely hopeful that most communities have used this up by 2022. There's a list of eligible proposed uses there. The eligible costs: facility reopening and operating costs, emergency planning and response costs, protective services and bylaw enforcement costs, programs, vulnerable populations, computer and other electronic technology costs, budgeted revenues that have not been collected. So these are response and recovery costs related to COVID-19. So we have some current proposed uses over and above what we have just proposed with the bylaw officer. We've definitely had lost revenues as a result of COVID. Our arena, our theater, our rec programs, transit. Transit's a big one. So we've had a number of areas that have had lost revenues. In some areas, we've had some offsetting expenditures that haven't been seen there. So we did reduce transit, for example, for a period last year. So while we lost revenue, there was also less expenses than we had budgeted for. We have additional expenditures in both 20 and 2021. So those are definitely related to PPE, cleaning, janitorial costs, and all of our facilities have gone up. We're seeing definite additional expenditures, IT software and hardware. So to be able to send some people home and work from home, just the infrastructure that we have in this room to even be able to offer online council meetings, which we never did previously. So there's all those costs and related costs. We're also proposing to use it for the social plan, you'll see, for 2022. I think that relates to the programs for planning for vulnerable populations. The IT software and hardware, I'll go back for a sec. We'll talk more about that when we get to the capital plan. But there was a number of issues that arose during this year. We recognized some shortcomings in trying to offer online services to our community and for our staff. And we need to do something about that if we're going to address that at all.
Yeah, Councilor Scarrow.
Thanks, Daniel. Just real quickly, what kind of loop are we going to get with the remaining balance? Like, it's obviously got a whole bunch of holes to fill with that money. And I think that it would be imperative for the council to understand throughout the next 2 years where we sit with it. Now, I understand that it's probably going to be staff's decision as to what to do with it and make recommendations, but how are you going to report back to us?
So it will actually be council's decision on how the funds get used, and by resolution, you'll approve it. Staff will bring forward recommendations. So I can tell you right now, we're sitting on a bunch of lost revenue from 2020 and additional expenses. That'll come forward to council prior to the finish of our year end. And we'll ask council approval to be able to use the COVID grant for those expenses and lost revenue. And we'll share how much that is. There's some capital items that we'll see right now. And then I expect there's going to be some additional lost revenues and additional expenses for 2021, which we don't know yet. It all depends on when things start to open up. I'm hopeful to have a better estimate once we've finished 2020 and we can see what the final numbers are in 2020. That work should be done early March, I'm hoping, and we'll have it to council in March to talk about how we can, what expenses there are and what lost revenue there is to fund, and we'll have a really good idea of what's left in that grant then.
Thank you. Councilor Gamble had a question.
Thanks. Yes, I believe I read that tourism is one of the areas that is included in that restart grant. And I'm specifically thinking about the restaurants, any of those, that type of facility, of which we have quite a few in our community, and they have been very hard hit. And motels, we don't have many. But definitely that sector has been very hard hit. So I don't know, I know that Tourism Kelowna is kind of looking at sort of post-COVID to really ramp up the programs, because right now, you know, everything's kind of in a shutdown phase. But I'm just wondering if that is an area that we could look at, because those people, you know, we do want, I think, to keep those businesses in our community if possible. And I can't imagine how hard it's been for some of them where, you know, people just avoid going. And it's fine to say 25% capacity, but pretty hard to, you know, pay the bills on that.
Through the mayor. So I don't think tourism is actually an approved use of this COVID-19 restart grant. There isn't anything that I've seen that it's reused. And in fact, in the frequently asked questions, which is available on the provincial website, they are very cautious and tell us to be very cautious on not providing, there's a prohibition on an assistance to business. So we have to be really cautious as to how that can be viewed, as whether or not it would be viewed as assistance to business in this case, and these funds are not to be used for that.
Individual can apply for assistance, can't they?
I appreciate that. I have read that there are funds for that area, so obviously this is not the one.
Councillor Reed?
Thank you. To respond to Councillor Gamble, yes, there is a specific funding for tourism businesses, which is open now. I think they reopened it on the 18th of December for tourist businesses to apply regarding a restart plan and support with that. But also to speak to Tanya's point about the losses and the expenses and the impact that this grant is having on that, because I think if my numbers are right, if we did not have this grant and we still had those losses and expenses last year and this year, then that works out to the equivalent of a 7.73% tax increase. So we're talking well over 7% without doing anything else. So the value of this to the community in terms of, I think just looking at those losses and expenses is we would be having a very different discussion, I think, if we did not have that grant.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So this was the estimate, I think, that Councillor Reed was referring to. So we had some losses and expenses, we think, of approximately $560,000. I have no idea what 2021 is going to bring. I've just plugged a number in there similar. I'm certainly hopeful that it's less than that we'll see something once the vaccine starts to roll out, that we'll see some renewal on this, that we can get things going again. That leaves approximately 500,000, give or take, of which we can certainly spend some on the going forward on the bylaw officers that was just approved for the next 2 years. That does leave some remaining amounts. So options for the remaining grant funds, I certainly would, I think that we can have a better, more robust discussion with council when I have the final costs for 2020, because then we'll have a better idea of how much is actually left or how much will actually be left over at that point. That might be a better time to have this discussion about where, because then it's easier to say what we might be able to do with it. It's a lot different if it's $50,000 than if it's $500,000. So that might be a better time, but just for this was the list that I had read out earlier. They are definitely broad categories. As it says, it's limited to, but not, it includes, but not limited to. So there is a lot of broad categories in there. Interestingly, protective services and bylaw enforcement costs have been included because a number of communities receive gaming grants, and those gaming grants did not come through for those communities. Unfortunately, Lake Country is not one of them that gets one of those gaming grants, but certainly we have the benefit to be able to use this grant towards our bylaw costs as indicated. So that does leave open the option for council as well. I think I indicated in the report that this money could be used to fund a portion of the policing costs, and the tax money that's freed up by that could certainly be used to fund reserves or whatever else, understanding that that's one-time money, not ongoing money. But it does allow council some options if they'd like to defer some of the other increases that are being considered.
Councillor Reed?
I think also in the plan there was the option of the additional requests that have not been funded at the moment for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Community Engagement Grant, and the Traffic Calming and Road Safety. I think that's about $150,000 there. And looking at the total from that chart minus what we've just approved from the bylaw officers, we have 197,000 left. And there's 150 in the addition, 250 in the additional funding. So it's amazing how quickly you can spend 2.9 million.
It's
gone quick.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to move on to the operating review. So we're going to go over to the book and have a look at it, and then the 5-year capital plan. I don't know if council wants a quick break before we move on. Are we good?
You want a break? Okay.
Okay, so just a quick break and then we will.
Okay.
Operating.
Let's give everybody, you ready, Carl? Let's get everybody going. Any of your cohorts out there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Will you see Blair in your travel?
I think he's in there talking to, Drew.
Oh, let's go, Blair.
Let's go, Blair. I'd be happy to help you. Oh, there he is. Tom Tiller.
I'm just looking after one of our staff members.
Yeah, good, good.
I don't want to.
home and tell my wife, you rock.
Yeah.
She loves softball. Oh,
She loves you.
Good to go. Okay, reconvene the special counsel.
All right, so we got some more to go through here, so we gotta get rolling. So just a quickly overview, I think this one's pretty self-explanatory about the net tax requirement. That's sort of what we need to continue with existing operations. There's the increase to support the RCMP, which is the 2.5 members. The additional request is the staffing. We'll go over that one in just a second. The 32,500, and there was a question about that 32,500 and what it was actually made up of. So what happens is annually we try and estimate the amount that we add for new parks, trails, and buildings. That those amounts annually go into the contracted services and materials and supplies usually. After a few years, because the adding of all of these things is incremental, eventually we'll need another position, as we did last year. We added a position. Some of the funding for that position will come from the funds that we've been adding to these services. As in last year, some of that position was funded from some of these funds. So this year, again, we've added 32,500 for the Pretty Road to Newing Road Trail, and some for the MAC, recognizing that we're going to have to add the MAC on over a couple of years. So almost 25,000, 24,375 went into contracted services, and 8,125 went into materials and supplies for that. And then there's some additional funding required to support staffing increases in 2020. So when we plan positions annually, often we plan that we're not going to actually hire that person until after the first quarter or whenever that is, recognizing that there's some budget implications to that. We save some money in one year, but then we have to pick up those additional costs in the following year because that person's going to be there for the full year. So that's what that is. How are we funding that? Well, 2% property tax increase and the 2% taxes from the assessment growth. So we're going to look at there we go. We'll go over the positions and the extras a little bit in more detail when we get to those sheets in each of the departments. The only thing I want to point out here is recognizing that some of these positions are not requested to be funded out of taxation yet. So the business analyst is an example of that. We are looking at a significant software system for the district. It's likely that we'll need a position called a business analyst to support that, all that change. We're requesting that we can fund that from the project for 2 years, and then we'll have to look at adding that person in permanently into the budget. The Parks and Facilities Manager, that is a new position as well. There is an existing person or existing position within the budget that will be eliminated, so there is some offsetting cost for that position for this year. We don't have anything that's funded by the water and sewer funds this year, so the total that will be funded from growth is the 36,754. Okay. So these are the optional requests. We're going to come back to these ones at the end, but I just want to introduce them here. The Parks and Rec Master Plan, of course, Council saw last year, and they did increase the budget last year by 1.25% to help fund that. We looked at that when we looked at the transfers to reserves. 1.25 this year adds 185,000 to fund the Parks and Rec Master Plan. The community engagement grant, so this one was literally just carried forward from 2020. It was at the request of council. And then there's the traffic calming and road safety, which was carried forward from 2020 as well. Now, both of these requests had come forward previously at council's request. Recognizing they were at council's request, it is certainly up to council. It would be council's discretion to continue to put these off if they deem that this year is not the most appropriate year to advance these two items. Staff can support these items if they are brought forward, but if they aren't brought forward, that's okay too.
Councillor Scarrow.
Yeah, one of the ones I was more interested in, of course, is the $15,000 for community grants. And we talked about that last year, and we were planning on talking about budgeting it for this year. the one thing I read in the report was that it's only for capital projects. And I wonder why we put that limitation on them, because what are people going to apply for out of the 15,000, a couple of $1,000s? And I can't imagine a capital project that would be that small. And did I read in the report that last year there was no uptake?
So that engagement grant hasn't been implemented
Okay,
yet. So
that's
that,
right.
yeah, there was no uptake because it hasn't been implemented yet. It was intended to be for capital related projects. So for example, if a community group came forward and said, we have $5,000 that we've raised and we'd like to put a new slide in and it takes $7,000. Do you have some money to add to that? That would be what this grant would be for. So we hadn't planned to perhaps add another slide in the park or whatever it was, but there would be some funding available to match either community funds or if there was community groups that had ideas for small projects that they'd like to do.
Okay, you might remember a month or two back, I talked to you a little tiny bit about how to solidify our food bank and that head position in our food bank that does an awful lot of free work. And you told me that you'd have to consider how to go about doing that within the budget. And I haven't seen anything reflecting anything like that. Mind you, we haven't discussed it as council. Well, actually we have in previous councils, but my point is that we have a person who's working pretty much full time, very hard, and who has evolved our food bank into something that now serves the entire Okanagan Valley, let alone just Lake Country. And there is advantages for her remaining a volunteer, because if the food bank, which is the case in Lake Country, has no paid employees, then they qualify for provincial and federal grants, which they actually received this year, and were able to distribute food throughout the district. So in my mind, without calling it a wage or without having an employee, we need, as you and I get stipend $20,000 a year for doing what we do here. I envision that kind of a reward, whether it be that 20,000 or 10,000 or whatever the number is, some sort of a reward for that person in that position in our community.
Can't talk about that, but anyway,
Well, I was thinking that maybe it could come out of that fund, but
personnel and labor.
So we certainly do have a robust grant and aid policy that contains a number of ongoing grant funding sources for a number of different organizations in this community. Council could certainly consider an ongoing grant type situation for them if they are a society or something along those lines. We'd probably look at governance. Sort of, I think the food bank has a lot of ideas about things. This was something that was going to come forward to council in the future, absolutely, because I think that there are some other things that we need to talk about around the food bank. So that could be part of that discussion. For this year, we have a $7,000 grant and aid budget that we allocate that doesn't always get spent. I think there was a bunch of it that didn't get spent last year. So there is some opportunity even within our current budget on a one-year basis to maybe fund some stuff. But that would be at the discretion of council, and we'd have to talk further about what that looked like or what it was funding.
just to be clear, I wasn't necessarily talking about funding the food bank. I was talking about rewarding the person who's grown that food bank into something very significant. And being able to retain a person like that in that position in the future.
Yep, thank you. Councilor Arnold?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the time or not, but of those things up there, the most important is the Parks and Recreation Master Plan increase. We put that off, but we keep putting it off. And what that means is we're not looking after our facilities that we have. And we don't have a plan to look at. I mean, we have a plan, but we're not funding that plan to look after our facilities.
Okay.
Well, it's right there, Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So the other thing that's not up there that was the other thing that we passed on, and I know it's referred to later, but it was the Transportation for Tomorrow increased funding. I would like to see us do one of these two things. both of these things are important for the future. If we put them off, we're just going to have to keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back. And if we have a relatively low tax increase this year and we add one of these programs, we're still pretty low. And we get something done for the community that we stop putting off.
So if I could just address the transportation for tomorrow for just a second.
Yeah, no,
and
that was a question.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that was absolutely something I was intending upon addressing. So the transportation for tomorrow need, the funding of that, or what will evolve into the mobility master plan, hasn't gone away. The need to fund the shortfall that is in that program hasn't gone away. What there is, though, is there's being proposed, and as you've stated, later on we'll talk about it some more, is a roads assessment. So there is a need to really make sure that, to see where we are in our plan, how much we've accomplished, and we are fairly confident in the shortfall that we have, but just to put some more data behind that it's not just us standing here saying we think it's about this, that we have more data behind that. So there is a roads assessment, but you're right, the need has not gone away for that. It's still there. It's just we've put it off another year pending the roads assessment.
Yeah. You know, it's important not to fall backwards, and we have an opportunity here not to, without going into a massive increase. And I mean, I'm kind of in between the two things, because I mean, you know, honestly, and the feedback that we got from Ruth is that roads are always the most popular, but then roads is that kind of thing where, you know, Greg can attest to, we could put all the money in the world towards roads and we still never please everybody or get it all done. And, you know, in my mind, it's, you know, the roads, it's necessary to keep going where we're going. Parks and recreation is quality of life. Mm-hmm. And I think that's extremely important. And, you know, we can see how much money we're putting towards roads. We can see how much money we're putting towards parks. Well, I think that parks needs to keep going. People want quality of life. That's what they really want.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Ireland. The other option that we have that we were talking about is, rather than if yes or no, we can always go split her down the middle and do a half, just so we actually start, you know, putting things that need to be funded, bearing in mind that this is the COVID budget. So that would be one option that I would be willing to look at as well. And just to close the food bank conversation, I would like to see a strat session on that. I know we had talked about that. I didn't see anything come about that. So that's definitely something we need to all sit down and talk about and get her to come in and do that, rather than just nitpick little things. I think it needs to be a whole strat session.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, absolutely. We've received some information back from the food bank, but we just need to vet some of that information. They had some requests, and what we were looking for is to for them to clarify what their concerns and issues were, certainly with facilities as well. So we're clarifying all that information, and it will be back in front of council at some point in a strategy session to discuss some more.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to clarify, my understanding was the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, that shortfall is an annual shortfall. It appeared last year as well, and we funded it last year. So, but we decided not to fund the transportation for tomorrow shortfall, because that was originally going to come out of the parcel tax, and we removed that. So last year we said no to the transportation for tomorrow catch up, but yes to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan catch up. Is that correct?
Through your worship, so to clarify, the original shortfall in the Parks and Rec Master Plan was approximately $500,000.
Okay.
We funded 175-ish, 176,000 last year.
Okay.
So that was just a portion that got
Right.
funded last year. The shortfall we expected was approximately the same in transportation, and we didn't fund any of that last
Right.
year. That's
Okay.
correct.
Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the Parks and Recreation the committee They're in favor. They wanted to see us fund this completely last year, which we didn't do. And, they're still sitting there saying, we need to get this funded. So that's a citizen group that's looking at what we're doing, and especially in Parks and Recreation. So they fully back this. And I mean, they were, they gave me the third degree about why we didn't get it done last year. And it's come up at the last meeting as well.
If this is seen as a request with backing, any or all of those three, all of them come to 1.49 lift, and we're sitting fairly low right now. If we do the first and third, then it's even less. So, well, close to 1.5. But and I agree that we don't want to fall back on these things, and we did put half in last year, and should try to finish it this year. Whether COVID is the time to do it or not, but we do hear certainly that from a lot of our constituents that roads are more important than parks, but we hear from a lot that parks are more important than roads. So if the potholes in front of your place, then the immediate resolve is what they'd like to see. So I'm of two minds in that whether a 1.5 increase in what we're already doing is too onerous, or if we should use some COVID money to do something with it, or what have you. So we'll leave that to the rest of council.
Okay. So we can continue on, and we can, I think Penny had a.
Oh, Councillor Gamble.
Thanks. So I guess what I was going to say is that there is the opportunity to use some of the COVID money, I believe. Now, I do not see the transportation for tomorrow on the list of supplementals, and I don't see it on the list of additional requests. So where are we talking about that money from?
So as I indicated, the transportation for tomorrow, we haven't put forward this year pending the roads assessment. So we do think that we need to do the roads assessment, see where we are in the plan, see how much we've accomplished. We know that we have a shortfall just from increases in costs, but there may be additional shortfall. We may not even be meeting our objectives of the plan. So we need to do a bit of an assessment, see where our roads are at. Maybe they're lasting longer than we thought. Maybe they're not lasting as long as we thought, but to have a better benchmark of where we're at, to be able to provide council with a better idea of the shortfall in funding that we have, we've held off this year. Council is welcome to fund it, however, they could choose to fund it. There's definitely a shortfall.
No, I mean, you know, I'm definitely cognizant that this is a tough year for a lot of people, not people that are on a pension or, you know, a regular good income. But there are many, many people that I continue to talk to that are really suffering, and that is not going to go away. I mean, there've been a whole bunch of layoffs I just heard of today, you know, and this will continue to happen over the next year, and it's unfortunate, but it is going to happen. And so I think that we need to be mindful of this in our planning. At the same time, I know these issues are here, but the roads assessment, that was done some years ago. And that's the thing. How many years ago was that done? And is it out of date? I asked that. I think it's great. I mean, let's put it off for a year. But we did do a roads assessment not that many years ago. So I'm just wondering why we're doing it again.
We'll get to that when we talk about the capital.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's in that list, and absolutely we can address that for you.
Yep, okay, thanks.
I was looking at this 20,000 as a separate request from transportation of tomorrow, because
It
what
is.
staff needs to have to deal with current issues that arise, like the traffic calming or safety areas on the road. And and that was a new policy that we did at council, but didn't fund it in any way. So I thought that might be something we could do, but we'll carry on.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've talked quite a bit about property taxes already and the increase. So we'll just flip by some of this stuff. Those are just some of the historical increases for council. Parcel taxes have remained the same. Council chose not to increase. They had proposed previously to increase that transportation for tomorrow parcel tax, but that got left the same last year at the time of tax rates. The expenses side of it. So let's go down and look through some of these issues in general government. So there was a question actually on the general revenue. I'll go back for just a second from Councillor Reid regarding changes in the fees and charges versus the other revenue. So the fees and charges are down, the 312,000. That is definitely related to the fire levy. The other revenue is up 333,000. That is actually admin revenue. So that's the increase in admin revenue that's being received from the other departments. So we account for it as revenue and we expense it in the other departments. It's an in and an out. General government. So we have here, there's a slight decrease actually in comparison to the adopted budget last year. How does that happen? Well, we had the most significant change in this department is definitely the reallocation of staff. So we've got some staff under a proposed organizational structure that will be moved out from the general into some other departments. So we'll see some increases in some of the other departments. It's simply a reallocation of existing salary dollars. So that's how that happens. There was not a lot of other changes in here. There's some increase in salaries and wages and benefits. Again, that's related to some structural changes that we'll see happen on April the 1st. There was a decrease in IT contracted services. So that's certainly related to the hiring of the new support analysts that we're super excited to have. There's an additional request. We'll go over that one in just a moment. So this additional request, there's a couple of them here, which is the lone worker safety monitoring system. We definitely had some questions about that. So the lone worker safety has been a real focus of the district in the last few years. We currently use 4-star service. That service will not be continuing. This will replace the 4-star service. Let's see if I can find my paper here. Here we go. Yeah, it'll be canceled once the new system is fully implemented. Safety Line is a fully automated, meaning the worker checks into the system using their smartphone or other compatible device. The system tracks the whereabouts of the worker while they're logged in using the breadcrumbing feature. Whoever's set up as monitors, so that could be the lead hand, supervisor, manager, in escalating order, will be notified by phone if the worker fails to report in or if the man down panic emergency options are activated. So it really replaces that need for that phone in, probably gives some relief to some of our managers and things like that. The system takes over for some of that. They're still obviously going to be called if there's any emergencies, but this definitely is a more efficient way of monitoring where our employees are when they are working alone. Breadcrumbing, they're following them around with some breadcrumbs. Yeah, kind of, there you go. That'd be interesting. We could track them there. So that currently is not in our budget. The annual cost of that is $6,000 for that function, for that app. So that would be an ongoing cost for that. So absolutely, I would appreciate a resolution to approve that one. I think we
I
have,
would move that we endorse the lone worker safety monitoring system.
Is there a,
Carol and Councillor Gamble, any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
there was a question.
Oh,
I just wanted to know if the cost of the 4-star contracted service, which we'll be saving, is
It's included in that amount.
included in the 40,000? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's netted off of that.
those- did we get a?
Thank you.
A vote, those in favor? That motion carries. Okay,
All right.
on to the next.
So the next one we'll just talk a little bit about was that business analyst I've mentioned already. Certainly this is part of that IT strategy that our IT manager, Dave Philp, presented to council, talking about where we were going, what we needed, and how we were going to get there. A business analyst will support some of the functionality of the software that we're getting, assist staff in being able to use it. They really go in and sort of review business practices and figure out how technology can support those business practices, make us more efficient, process reviews, that kind of thing. We are looking at funding this position from the project for the first 2 years, and then after that, we would have to fund it elsewhere, obviously, through taxation increase or growth funds at that point. They will play a critical role in the implementation of the system and then be able to be there to support that system and the users in that system when it gets implemented.
Carol?
I think with the money we have approved or are approving to enhance our IT, $300,000, I think I remember, we need the support for that. And I believe this position is, I'm hard pressed to spend more money this year, but I believe this position is necessary in order for us to maximize our IT, which in my opinion is becoming ever more increasingly important in a municipality like this. The defense of our IT systems is at stake, and there's an awful lot of people out there who are more than prepared to take advantage of any kind of deficiency. I believe that we should support this, and I would make that motion.
And Councillor Arnold.
I thought you were budgeting through the project.
Yeah, you're budgeting for 2 years through the project, and then we have a revisit.
Is that a separate amount, or is that included in $715,000?
It
In the
is
capital
included in the capital.
So we don't need a motion at this time. We
Not
need
for
to.
this one. We can.
Not for this one.
We
This
can
one's going to happen anyway.
This one can be approved with the project. So if the project advances, the position advances.
My apologies.
Yep, that's good. Thank you very much for being supportive.
Sorry, that was just my point, is that it's attached to the project, so we should really discuss it when we discuss the project, because the project is 970,000, so.
Okay.
So protective services, we haven't got a lot of significant changes in the protective services. There was a question earlier about the number of officers that we've received, and yes, we have received 2. We're expecting the other 3 to come, but we're still short officers, even when those ones, we still won't be at our 18. There is a decrease in the fire protection levy. There's some increases in salaries and wages. Definitely the increase in the RCMP contract. You'll see that there's even over and above the 2.5 officers, there's almost $100,000 increase in that. So we are seeing, they do expect that we will see the final costs of what the new negotiated contract will be. We'll get those in the spring. We don't know what that looks like yet, but we have been building in some wage increases over the last number of years. Our police officers have not seen wage increases for a number of years now while they wait for their contract to be settled. So we're hoping that that'll be finished in the spring and that we will have some finalized costs in that. Contracted services, RCMP contracted services. So that's an interesting discussion. Our RCMP contracted services is services that we receive from the city of Kelowna. They support all of the RCMP detachments that are in this region. Those costs are split amongst each one of the members by using file count amounts. Our file count did not increase over the prior year. I think it maybe was up 1 compared to the prior year. Despite that, we saw a $52,000 increase in that. We were not very happy with that, and we certainly expressed that to the City of Kelowna. Some of the increases that we see over there, so unfortunately at this time, the district doesn't really have a say in how support services are supplied. So, for example, if the City of Kelowna decides that they would like to add 4 file reviewers, then we all get 4 file reviewers and we all pay for that, despite the fact that our file count hasn't increased. So it is definitely an area that requires some more attention and discussion. There is a meeting coming up with the RCMP regarding this, so we'll be talking some more about it. And I'll be back to talk to Council some more about it as well, because there is definitely some questions around how this is working. And this is not, at this time, there is an opportunity at some point probably. Again, it'll be an incremental time at which we add our own staff here that will take over some of those shared services. There is always going to be some services that we probably will never provide. We'll never have enough members to provide that service ourselves. So for example, gun training, like we'll never probably have enough members to keep one person full time to provide gun training for our members. It'll always be probably a shared service of some kind with some kind of other detachments that have more people. So, but there may be an opportunity to bring some of those in. Now we're going to review those services. Like I said, we'll have a meeting and there's going to be some more discussion about that. But that was certainly a surprise when it came forward.
Just a question, if I might, regarding those contracted services. Mental health has been a big issue that's been raised over the past year in particular. And the RCMP, that, you know, we certainly did not support defunding the RCMP like some communities have. But I'm just wondering, is there some training that is part of the contracted services? You know, I don't know, but I'm just wondering, because it seemed to me that that was a bit of a glaring gap, and just wondering, and if you don't know, maybe that's something you could get back to us on down the road.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I'll have to get back to you. I do believe that the RCMP has rolled out some of their own training in that regards, and that comes through the big contract costs, or
yes,
that per member cost. The contracted services I don't think includes any specific training, but I will double check on that.
Thanks.
Yeah, just to that point, there was a article on Castanet today talking about the police working with Interior Health and Interior Health attending mental health issues. So I'm assured that there's a cost to that. I actually think Kelowna funded that, but IH didn't provide that service. You know, they funded it a year ago. So I don't know if there's any funding implications for us in that.
Okay. I will absolutely follow up on that too.
Not that I'm against it, I think that's a good plan, but.
Okay. Okay, the decrease in transfers to reserve is certainly related to the decrease in revenues received in the fire department. They're more or less offsetting. Transportation services. So there isn't a significant change.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just have one question. If you go back up there, I thought you were just about to, that administration charge, what is that all about?
Yeah, so the administration charge is the charge that I had mentioned earlier about the administrative overhead that we charge internally for the costs of our services. So there's a significant change in the administrative charge, but that's because there's a significant change in the contract costs within RCMP. So
explain to me, that charge is added on to ours, right? So
that charge is an internal charge. So we charge the RCMP department that, and then collect the revenue and offset the cost of administration expenses within the district. That one is an in and an out. It's strictly internal.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So there isn't a significant change here in transportation services. Increases in the road maintenance contract, salaries and wages. The transfers to reserve and the road resurfacing, if you'll remember last year, that staff did not spend the road resurfacing budget in 2019. They carried it forward to 2020 to be able to offer a larger program and get better pricing. It's likely that we'll see that again. So we may see that 2021 doesn't get spent and then it gets carried forward so we can offer a larger program again in 2022. So that results in some offsetting. STPCO, so certainly Council will recall the change in STPCO and the elimination of that. So the cost for that now is going to be recovered through the RDCO requisition in the future as a new service through the regional district. So that our public will still pay for it, just on a different line on the tax notice. Okay. Environmental services. So we haven't got a significant amount of changes in environmental services. There was one question regarding the hydro revenue. So the hydro revenue in 2020 actually exceeded budget by $126,000, which is extremely significant. I think that the plan was intended to, we hadn't been meeting revenues for a number of years, some of it due to the flooding, so we certainly bypassed the hydroelectric plant. But last year, we didn't end up having to bypass the hydroelectric plant as much. So we ended up with $126,000 in additional revenue. So we adjusted the revenue in 2021 to not reflect the full amount that we saw last year, but some of the amount that we saw last year, which actually brings the revenue back to the level that it was previously. So we'll let it sit there and see what happens. Hopefully we don't flood, but hopefully there's enough water that flows through our hydroelectric plant to create some more revenues. So that was the intention with that one. There wasn't a lot of other significant changes. We do have some additional garbage and recycling user fees. The garbage and recycling contract, I just want to mention really quickly. Yep.
Thank you. Just in regard to the hydro, I spent an hour on the phone with them in regards to this, and they are open to giving us additional hydro plate, on that creek there.
Mm-hmm.
Additional dams there. So what? Not necessarily for this year,
Mm-hmm.
But it is something that they realize there's going to be a shortfall and they're going to have to make this up. So that is something that they've committed to everybody that was on that phone call, that's what they're going to do.
Okay.
So what I would like to do is just introduce the idea that if this isn't going to be a grant-based thing, that we look at doing some kind of feasibility study in the future, because this is the kind of thing that I think is, where hydro is going to go, and it's just a matter of us, pushing it along here, and I think we'll get commitment on their end according to what they told us. So.
Okay.
Arjun from Kamloops was on that call too, so he was very happy to hear that as well. So I do think it's something that's good for our community.
Yeah, because that is definitely something. So they went through a period of time, certainly when our hydroelectric plant was built, there was a lot of grants available and they were really pushing that into communities. The last several years, we've seen pullback from that and no grant money available and them not encouraging communities to do that. So it's interesting to hear. It's good to hear that they're going back the other direction again.
So I'll see if I can get that presentation that they gave us, because it clearly shows that they're going to have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll see if I can get that for you.
Councillor Scarrow.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor McKenzie. We got to have that on the list, or somewhere on the list at least, to begin the project. But I do believe it is definitely grant funding based. It's a big project, James. What did it cost last time in total? 3 or 4 million, or
in that range?
It's too much.
I think. Instead of doing the pressure reducing.
We did the alternative.
which we would have had to replace that for about $3 million or so. We put in the generation instead. But, and at the time, the engineering said that if a contract was available from Hydro for another 2 megawatt, that's a 1.1 megawatt, and there is still sufficient energy or head to increase it from another, and it's really just an intake into our existing infrastructure, another intake that is a little higher up and will generate 2.2 megawatts. So it wouldn't cost as much as the original, because you needed the generation that you have there, and a whole race way that it takes. But so it may be something we want to look at as a project that we undertake and then go after grants. The issue previously for not doing it, because that's 5 years now or more. When did we go to generation? It's even longer than that, isn't it? Mm-hmm. But BC Hydro wasn't offering contract to independent developments, but maybe now are again, particularly because transmission lines are not long on our project, and the issue was that some of the independent run of the river, they were having done way in the outbacks that took big transmission to get to the grid, and you lose a lot of energy there. So it's certainly, I think we should do that as a project, but not necessarily put anything away this budget.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly deal with it, and we can get a business plan done again, and what it would take and what it would cost, and I think it could be done for less and generate more income on the same dam structure, but maybe not. Well, we've been trying to raise the dam anyway. So,
yeah.
See if we can. Good. Yeah. Another part of it. Okay.
So just the other point here that I wanted to make is about really the garbage and recycling contract. And, we've had many discussions about our garbage and recycling contract. And our initial budget after the new contractor, we didn't reduce our initial budget. Last year we reduced it some, and then this year I'm reducing it some more because we still haven't achieved the same level that we were at. So that in itself is probably good news for our recycling and garbage budget. At this time, we're still not suggesting that we reduce the fees, because if we did reduce the fees, it would be nominal, like I'm talking $1 or $2 at this point. We still need to put money away for carts, and we'll talk about carts too again in a little bit at capital. So at this time, we're not recommending any changes to that.
Just regarding the contract, the garbage and recycling contract, I'm not sure how that works, and do we, or does the regional district, I suppose, hire the people in Lake Country that are down at just opposite Turtle Crossing there? The recycling place there does not take plastic bags. We were told at a council meeting that they did. That is not correct. I brought a bunch of bags down there to deposit them there, and there is no facility there. They say they do not, we were told they had a container at the back. They do not. So, that is something needed in our community. They find their way into the garbage dump right now, because I'm sure most people don't have room to collect bags of them like I have done. And it is an important part of recycling. So I raise it because we need to do better. And I think for starters, the people that are giving these contracts out, the regional district, should be requiring that we have a container for plastic bags in our community, so we don't have to drive all the way to Kelowna individually to deposit them there. That's what you have to do now.
Okay.
That seems counterproductive.
Yep, I think that recycling facility is actually a private facility. It's not through the regional district. But certainly we can follow up with the regional district and see if there is a possibility to locate a garbage bag or a plastic bag recycling bin or something of some kind in Lake Country.
That would be great.
Yeah, I just might make the comment, it is a private business.
Yeah.
However, recycling plastic bags is not the answer. Don't get the bag. And all the studies lately have shown that the recycling of plastics is actually just encouraging the use of plastics, and there is no real recycling of them. They've tracked stuff that's been placed in recycling bins all over, and it ends up getting put in the dump 99% of the time. So the real solution is not to use the plastic bag and to insist on using some other source. And responsible stores, I think Quality Greens in Kelowna, one of the grocery stores in Kelowna, is now not using plastic bags at all, so it's not an option. And that's what we need to encourage people to do.
Thank you. Yeah, return it isn't part of the regional district.
Yeah. Okay. So just of other notes, there's some significant net transfer changes, increases in net transfers. That's as a result of dropping that garbage contract, results in a bigger transfer to the garbage reserve. And the increase in revenues in hydro results in a bigger transfer to the climate action reserve. The decrease in debt payments, as I indicated, there is one of the debts on the hydro plant that has expired. Moving on to community development, again, not a lot of significant changes. A little bit of additional building revenue, as I indicated, we budget building just to cover the amount of expenses, so it's offset. So that was how much that was needed, that was to offset all of that. There was a note about the vehicle charge out. There is decrease in the wages as a result of the charging. Previously, our building staff used their own vehicles and charged us expenses. We determined that it was probably more economical for the district if they actually received a vehicle and drove a marked district vehicle that we supplied for them. So that's that change. Council approved that car in the prior year. Parks and Rec. So there is a more significant increase in Parks and Rec. I talked a little bit about the salaries, wages, and benefits. Certainly the salary, that is some of those reallocations that I mentioned from the general government area. Some of that is coming over to the Parks and Rec area. So there is some offsetting decreases in other departments that are resulting in that.
Councillor Reid?
So just a quick question about the Parks and Facilities Manager. I know we talked about it, but is that a completely new position? So it's +1 to the team, or is it?
So it's an addition of a 1 and an elimination of an existing position.
Gotcha. So net zero.
Net zero.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yep. So that's the Parks and Facilities Manager here we just discussed. So certainly the parks and facilities have seen significant increases in the amount of parks and facilities that we have over the last number of years. You know, I think we've seen this, and we've stood in front of council for the last 2 years and done this similar process for both of our public works, and saw a public works manager and a utilities manager last year. So we did public works in 2019. A utilities manager in 2020, and I think this is just a continuation of how we build out our structure to be able to support looking after all of our different infrastructure. Water operations. So we don't have a significant amount of changes again in our water operations. We've got a little bit of change in the increase in our commercial consumption, which is just reflective of our experience now. We retired one of our debts in water, so we see a bit of a decrease in the water. That debt was being funded by DCCs, so it wasn't being, so it's kind of a net zero impact though. There's a bit of an increase in the transfers to reserve, so that's just the transfer that goes off to the capital reserve. The salaries, wages, and benefits is as a result of we saw the utilities manager last year, so that's the full change of that position. And some reallocation of existing staffing. Sewer is pretty similar, actually. We saw a bit of a decrease in even. So there was a debt that was being paid by the RDCO for the septage facility. That one expired in 2020. So that's that $106,000 loss in revenue, but it's also on the other side in the decrease in net changes in debt repayment. There is a bit of the debt repayment piece doesn't quite offset. We'll get down to when we talk about some of the capital projects. If you'll recall, looking at those reserve amounts, our sewer reserves are low. We don't have a lot of money in sewer. So there is one project that staff are recommending that we fund through our general capital. So that means that this fund has to repay, similar to any kind of debt, repay the general capital fund with annual repayments. So that's that offsetting amount between those two. Debt repayment. So in debt repayment, let's talk about debt for just a second, about how debt works for municipalities. We borrow all of our funds through the MFA unless we internally fund them. That's a different discussion though. So any of the debts that we repay from, that we borrow from MFA, they're not like a mortgage. So we get set principal and interest repayments for the term of the loan. It's not that, you know, like your mortgage, you see your principal payments start to go up and your interest starts to drop as you get farther into your mortgage. In our debts, the interest and the principal are the same regardless through the whole term of the loan. We refinance at the end of 10 years. Most of our debts are 20 years, but we refinance at the end of 10 years. That tends to be the time that MFA recommends that you refinance. At this time, anything that we've got coming up for refinancing is fabulous because interest rates are extremely low. And 10 years ago, when those debts came in, the interest rates were significantly higher. We're talking like 5 and 6%. So anything that we've got going down at this point is fantastic. So we don't have a significant amount of change in there. The only changes, so we do have slight changes called actuarial. So there's two things that impact payments to the MFA. And let me get down to, we'll go back here. There's two things that happen. There is actuarial adjustments on debt. So that means that the Municipal Finance Authority estimates an amount of earnings that they will make on the principal payments that you make. Often, the amount that you actually make is more than what they estimate. So they get better returns than what they actually estimate. Anything over what they've estimated comes back to us. So they make an adjustment annually to our debt for any interest that we've earned on our principal payments over what they've estimated. The other thing that happens that is at the front end of a loan, because MFA can't come in and lien our assets, they can't come in and own our water treatment plant or whatever it is, our hydroelectric plant, they collect what they call a debt reserve fund. So they hold back 1% of the funds at the beginning of the term, and they hold those funds and it earns interest, and then they give them back to you at the end if you haven't defaulted on any of your payments. So you see that we have one that's expiring in 2022. It looks like from the amount of principal payments that we have to make over the next 2 years, doesn't look like we're going to make it to the end, like we're going to have a big balloon, but it's actually the actuarial that we'll see over the next 2 years. And then this debt reserve payment that they give back to us at the very end, which covers off how much is paid. Okay.
So if I'm following along, Tanya, and the example you just used was probably Cooper's Village Main Street. And it says that the balance as of December 31st was 124,000.
Right.
We plan on paying $17,000 a year for the next 2 years. That would bring the annual payment to 33,200, and that's a lot different than 124. So the difference is going to be repaid by MFA because of those two things that you just talked about.
Right. So they're holding some of our money. They withheld some of our money at the beginning in case we defaulted, and they'll give that money back to us at the end of the loan. So that'll repay the difference in that debt.
Okay, then the other thing that you've already kind of covered that I've noticed is the interest rates that we are paying are far different than what's available today.
Yeah.
And even some of our more recent loans have interest rates that are much higher than what I could get if I went out and bought a house. Right?
Yeah.
So there's two things there. What can we do as a district to, number one, the thing that bothers me most is, and I'm no accountant, but when I make $131,000 worth of payments and I only get $73,000 taken off my principal, that means 50% of my payment is interest. And I believe that that's a poor ratio. I believe that we should be, as a district, trying to retire our debt maybe even quicker, maybe 60-40. And if we can't renegotiate the interest rate, unless it's 10 years, then I think that maybe we should rethink. Mind you, I'm not you, and I'm not a chief financial officer, and I don't know the right way to do things. But in my opinion, we're paying a lot of interest and not much principal.
So just a comment, I mean, we haven't seen very many of these turnover in the last, we got a couple that are coming up here that'll be at their 10-year mark that we'll see turnover. The current rate for MFA right now is about 1.2%. So yeah, if we could. But part of the reason that MFA locks it in for 10 years is because at the day when you get your debt, they are able to provide better rates than most people can get. But the reason that they offer those low rates is because they've locked that in over 10 years.
So shouldn't we be going out this year and borrowing money?
If we were going to borrow money, I tell you, these are the years to do it.
I would agree.
We do have a fire hall coming that we are absolutely going to need to borrow for within the next year. So that's maybe good news. But yeah, there is a risk. I mean, MFA wears the risk on both sides though. So when interest rates are extremely low, so right now they're offering 10-year debt at about 1.2%. In 5 years, if rates are closer to 6%, I mean, they're losing right on their end, whereas they're gaining on some of these. It all evens out, but it's how they can offer us structured rates that are consistent, that we can budget for, because we can't budget for variable rates or anything like that, that we can offer to our taxpayers.
Can you speak to my thought about increasing the principal of our debt repayment or the schedule?
So all of our debt payments are locked in. The only opportunity, and I think they may have even changed that, the only opportunity we had to make payments was at our refinance date at 10 years. But I'm not sure if they still even offer that. They may. But if we have any coming up, we can certainly review those ones and see. With low interest rates that are coming right now, though, it's probably more beneficial to the district to just renew those outstanding balances at the low interest rates.
That's your job to understand that.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's debt. Debt's exciting. Transfers. So we talked a little bit about the transfers already. We saw the balances of the transfers in the presentation. As I indicated, there is some decreases. So for example, the capital works went down, but we transferred $300,000 to the IT reserve, sort of borrowing those funds out of there. And there was an increase there. There is a general decrease in interest transfers. We certainly are not seeing the returns that we have been in the last few years. We can't even borrow right now. We can't even invest right now. There isn't even anything for us to invest in, hardly. If you're investing millions of dollars, there's not even anything available right now. We have a significant amount of money sitting in our savings account, waiting for some investments to come. It's a terrible problem. But what it does mean is our interest returns are way down. Now, fortunately, we do budget very, 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 very conservatively on the interest side of the world. So there is no adjustment that we need to make at this time. You didn't see any lines in there saying we had to reduce our interest revenue, but it's because we budget really, really conservatively. So I budget, give or take, 325,000. We made over $1 million last year. So this year, if we only make 600,000, we're still okay. So it's about really conservatively budgeting, but it does mean that we decreased our interest transfers to all of our reserves. So we calculate all of our reserve balances and make sure we transfer interest into each one of those reserves. We've decreased that, recognizing there's definitely some decreases in interest rates. Okay, capital. How's everybody doing?
Good.
All right, we're going to roll right into capital and have some discussions about capital. This is the fun stuff. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we are going to look through this, and if council has questions, we can go to the individual sheets, or we can look in our books, depending on whatever council desires. But we'll see if we can get this reasonable so that we can kind of see it on the screen. Maybe just cut off the last year there. Okay, so what have we got planned? We'll start, development services is really an easy one. There's nothing planned for 2021. 2020 projects may or may not be carried forward. They may or may not be complete. I can't determine that yet. Haven't got all of our invoices and all that good stuff, but there isn't. The only one that's in here, there's a couple things that we'll comment on. So the DCC update, the parking strategy and the heritage strategy were placed in there previously by the previous director. We haven't touched those, just kind of left those amounts there. They may change in the future. We may not advance some of those strategies. We may, depends on where that goes. The OCP update, there was a question about that. That one absolutely should move out and probably fall off the 5-year capital plan altogether. We'd actually probably need to see that maybe again in 2026. So that one for sure will come off. We'll take that one off. Engineering, solid waste carts. So, you know, we used to budget for our solid waste carts, and I recall this as well from my time in West Kelowna. We used to be able to budget every other year for replacement of solid waste carts, and we are just finding both here and in the other communities that our solid waste carts are turning over, and I don't know if we're at an age right now with our solid waste carts from the time that our first contract came into place that they're all breaking, but we are seeing significant amounts of solid waste carts needing to be replaced annually. It takes forever. The lead time is forever to get these carts. So we are putting in an amount annually right now to be able to replace carts. I'm hopeful that we can get back to a point once we've turned over most of our carts that we can go back into an every other year buying carts. But right now it's been a little bit painful. I think though, like I said, I think it's the age of the carts and we're just seeing a whole bunch of them falling apart. There was a question about bear carts though, bear-proof carts, and I think Mr. Salmon has some comments for you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hope everybody's well. I'm Matthew Salmon, the Director of Engineering and Environmental Services here at the District of Lake Country. Behind this mask, that is me. So the question regarding bear-proof carts, yes, there was a mention of that in last year's capital request form. And essentially what that was the Regional Waste Reduction Office were trialling some different types of bear-proof carts. So some of that funding from last year went on to as a pilot scheme, if you like. But since then, they've actually formalized the program. So they're actually going through a procurement process now in order to procure those, I shouldn't say bear-proof because nothing's bear-proof. They're resistant carts, and actually go through, like I say, a proper procurement method where they get expressions of interest from suppliers, which are actually far and few between, trial them out, and then go through that procurement process in a bit more formalized fashion. And that's captured in that dollar amount you can see in this this year's budget request also.
never had anybody talk to me about theirs.
So we were actually part of the pilot scheme last year to trial some of those samples, and we put them out in Juniper Cove to see how they operated, because obviously part of it is, well, how resistant are they, to the bears, but also how does the operating company, find the operations of those carts? Can you actually pick them up, and do they actually dump fine, or are there any issues? And the first batch they definitely had some problems to overcome. So it's ongoing. I mean, obviously the more resistant you make it to bears, the harder they are actually to operate as well and use for the collection carts. So there's a bit of work to be done.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Councillor.
I know in Yellowknife, they spent a heck of a lot of money and a heck of a lot of time trying to figure out different designs that prevented ravens from going into the garbage cans, and they were completely unsuccessful and spent a lot of money being unsuccessful.
Yeah.
All right.
Moving on to general government. So office furniture, definitely that the sheet for office furniture needs to be updated. I mean, we're just seeing that there is some furniture every year that needs to be replaced as our staffing grows, the amount of furniture we have in this building grows. And we also seem to have a lot of recycled furniture in this building still. So we're working on that, trying to replace some of the older stuff and make sure that we stay on top of chairs and things like that for new staff. IT equipment and hardware. So IT equipment and hardware is one of those ones that every year kind of depends on what's going on and what's happening. Some of this budget in here this year is definitely related to hardware that we need for that software program. So some of the software program is going to be what we call, we'll get to this in a sec, is going to be what we call a cloud program, which means it sits up on the cloud. Some of it though is housed here. I mean, there's a real discussion, and there is a lot of discussion out there about, the benefit of cloud versus risk is absolutely where it comes in. So it's our data, we own it. If we're controlling it here on site, there is definitely less risk than it being out in the world. So there is some infrastructure that we need, some hardware infrastructure related to the software package that we'll talk about in just a moment. So we are at the software package, I think, property system software. So our IT manager, Dave, came and spoke to you about the IT strategy a little while back, talked about some of the challenges that we faced that have certainly been highlighted through COVID, our lack of online functioning, our lack of ability for staff to work from anywhere. They can't. We have too much paper and not enough support for them to be able to work from anywhere. This is partly the community development software that we saw in previous years. So this forms part of that. There's other pieces that are looked at in conjunction though with the community development piece, or development and planning piece now, I guess. There is also some portion of our cash receipting, property taxes, utility billing, business licenses, bylaw. So there's some other sort of, and we call them sort of municipal specific functions. So there are some software packages out there that cater to municipal specific functions. A finance package, for example, is once you remove these municipal specific pieces, a finance package is a finance package is a finance package. It kind of opens up the opportunities now for us to look at other finance packages that aren't just municipal specific. So we have a piece of software right now called Maze. It supports some of those functions, not all. It includes things like property taxes and utility billing and business licenses, but the system itself was really designed for a municipality of population 5,000 and less. So why they bought it here originally, because I don't know that we were 5,000 people when we first became a municipality, I don't know. But it was probably cheap at the time and they could get it in and get it rolling. So it has been relatively stable for us. The issues certainly that we have is that it's not online friendly. It's not accessible from places other than this building. It's definitely not, it's very manual. There isn't a lot of great processes in there. Well, it was designed for an event to happen once or twice a year, not 100 times a year when we have that many more people. So it's definitely an issue. So the software package itself, you'll see the cost is $715,000. That is made up of some different costs. There is the actual software in there. There is the implementation of the software, which we have to hire a company to come in and help us implement it. And then there's some staff secondment time in there as well. So there is one sort of 0.5 staff considered to be seconded from our organization within our current staff complement that we'll have to backfill. And then there's also the business analyst that's within that project. So that's where the $715,000 comes from. Salaries make up probably about, give or take, I'll suggest half of that amount. So for some people that seems shocking that that would be that much, but it's really the people that implement the system. The system is just comes out of a box and they plug it in, but it's really the people that implement it with our current processes, that review it, that make sure that it works with what data we have, that the data gets moved over, that everything in there is ready for the district when it gets fully implemented.
I have a question. What's the life of the software? I was involved at the regional district when computers were just coming in and everybody bought the best and the greatest. It didn't last very long, and when there was something replacing it, it was a whole lot better, but nobody wanted to replace what they just bought, sort of. So now, and I'm sure 30 years ago it wasn't $700,000 for the software, but it was at the time it was high. How is it now that we're not looking at a generation that'll be gone in another less than a generation, which is usually 25 years or so in
so Dave, our trustee advisor, tells us that it's likely that it'll last 15 to 20 years.
15 to 20.
Yeah, so some of the products that we've been looking at have probably been around about 15 years. They've evolved themselves, sort of keeping up with current times. So we expect that it probably will go at least another 15 to 20 years, depending on this. And I think it really depends too on the size of the district and how much we grow. Some of the options that we're looking at in this case would definitely suit us, probably long term, like as big as we got. There's one system, I know the city of Vancouver uses it. So if it's good for the city of Vancouver, it'll be good for us forever, provided that the infrastructure is there to support it.
Good. Yeah, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The background section talks about the plan includes an implementation of new computer systems over a 5-year period as part of the software, but the costs are only there for the first 2 years. So are those the total cost, or is there another 3 years of cost which is referred to in this plan that isn't in here? I just would like to get a sense of the overall scope of what we're trying to do.
So the overall strategy is to be implemented over a 5-year period. This is just one piece of the strategy. Some of the other pieces of the strategy are like the finance system, which you see in there, and the records management system, which I believe you see in there. So what that's referring to is really that IT strategy, and there's a number of pieces of that IT strategy. Okay. That includes finance software, the electronic document records, and the asset management. So we're hoping over a 5-year period that we can see all of these systems implemented. Will there be additional costs on this specific system other than annual operating costs? No. Once this system's in, it's in.
Are there any options to fund this from something other than the COVID grant and use the COVID grant to reduce the tax portion of the budget?
Yep, so there is probably there is some capacity within our capital, general capital, that we could move some more money over and fund some additional portion of this from our general capital fund.
Okay.
Yep.
A rough idea of the number, or is that something to come back to us on?
As I said, I try and keep in the neighborhood of $1 million in that fund. We can dip into that for sure. If we dipped into it, I'd probably say 250,000 might be a reasonable amount.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on, there was the council chambers.
I just like
Yep.
to make a comment on that if I could. I think this is an opportune time to put this system software in place. It's something that we've talked about for quite some time. I think that this is a grant, and I think it's important for our community. The time saving, I think there will be significant time saving and possibly a lot less errors if we have something like this in place. We've had a lot of errors happening. We know that, right? And we do need to try to avoid those. And getting that documentation in there is one of the keys.
Thank you. Can't see you. How come I can't see you?
Oh, Travis didn't change it over. That's okay.
It's all right.
Speak into the mic.
Yeah.
So thank you, Councillor Gamble. You're absolutely right. Like, we will definitely see efficiencies in and increased better ability to check some of our problems and things like that if that information is available to us. Certainly some of the issues that we have right now is the data silos, that we just do not have access to other people's data, and that property tax operates completely in its own world, while planning and development, who deal with land, can't even tell what the property taxes are. I mean, it's just so siloed that it would be so much better if our property tax clerk could go in there and see that there's a building permit that's outstanding on it, for example, or whatever the issues are. To be able to see that data would be hugely helpful. Cloud council chambers mic audio upgrade. Honestly, we've been putting this off for a number of years. This COVID-19 has really highlighted the fact that we need to do an upgrade in here. Yeah. We are having issues with sound and all kinds of things. So we thought that the COVID restart grant again would probably be an appropriate place to do that. Cloud-based meeting management and live streaming software, again, strictly related to supplying our meetings online. So we've also requested that be funded from the COVID restart grant. The GIS ortho photos, the ortho photos, so we had been in previous years, you know, it had been sort of traditional that these photos got done like every 3 or 4 years. The rate of development in this community is, and the rate that we're seeing in development across the Okanagan, this is not just our community's problem, is demanding that we're doing these more often. So right now we're looking at doing these every other year. This would fund a flyover sometime in the spring of 2021. This is likely one you'll see on our early approvals because we need to try and get that flight done before the trees all hit full leaf. We do this generally in conjunction with some of our partners. This one would be done in conjunction with the RDCO. The rail trail land acquisition from the City of Kelowna. So this, I do not have final numbers on this. This is an estimate of what I think our final payment is. We don't pay interest. The amount that we have to pay for their portion of the trail increases every year. We don't call it interest, we call it an increase in their ownership. It's not a debt. We don't have to buy it. We have to make sure that that's all clear. It was never a debt. It's just a piece that they own that we will buy, and the cost of buying that increases a little bit every year. Interest, it's based on MFA interest rates. So again, because our interest rates are really, really low right now, it's not going to be a significant amount of money. I don't have the final calculation from the City of Kelowna. This was my estimate. There was about $1.29 million in land sales that is sitting there, will be repaid to them. The check is ready, actually. So that's going to go back. And this is what I estimate the final amount to be. Now, council certainly has the option that if they would like to see the final numbers prior to this, we can pull this out of here and it'll have to come back to council as a budget amendment. And we can do that. Or I can provide the final numbers when I have them. We just don't have those final numbers. But this allows that payment to get started, or it allows Kelowna to see that we're making that payment as well.
Thank you. Councilor Scarrow.
Just quickly, the last time we had a conversation, Mr. Vader explained to us that he wasn't going to repay this debt until agreements have been made for both the water and the sewer. And does that number 825, that estimate, does that reflect those contracts being signed? Are those contracts going to be signed before we repay it? Did that conversation go anywhere?
Those conversations are ongoing. There will be a report back to council at an in-camera meeting at some point, but those conversations are ongoing. I think that, reflecting the payment in the capital plan is an indication that that portion of the trail will be repaid at some point to the city of Kelowna once we have final numbers and things, but council can certainly authorize that final payment too as well.
Right. Thank you.
Well, if I could just add that, I am thrilled to see us make that payment. And I'm quite comfortable with you figuring out the final numbers.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. The next two are grant dependent, and I do believe there was a question on the Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure Program that I will let Matt answer about the Evans Road Bridge.
Okay.
Thank you, Tanya, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. The question was.
And for the audience in the world.
Matt Vader.
Who are you?
Matt Vader, I'm an employee of the District of Lake Country.
They can't hear you through your mask.
I shall keep my mask on for public safety, and hockey season doesn't start till tomorrow, so we'll keep on the district colors till then. The question was about the use of such. Just to be perfectly blunt, when we have no money, I'm not able to plan the use of something until we're successful on the grant, especially when the grant was dropped 3 weeks before we had to apply. The use will come from the design, sort of form and function go together. We'll have to see the condition of the bridge. We've done an initial engineering assessment, but once you start to get in there, same as your house, you pull off the drywall. Is there something wrong with the pipes? Do you have to fix the pipes? So the use of such is projected to be pedestrian. It is not intended for vehicles, so we do know that use of such, but we've partnered with the Museum and Heritage Society about the interpretation and sort of the history of it. So we'll work through that. It's meant to be a recreation site, so we know the use of it. We just don't know the exact, how it's accessed. They'll be stopping for vehicles, so it's not vehicle use, but it'll be a pedestrian use. You've got the rail trail coming through there, so it's a significant amount of pedestrians, but it's not intended to be any vehicular use.
Yeah. Councillor Reid?
Thank you. And just a note on safety, there's barriers up there, but they keep coming down. So I don't know whether it just needs a regular inspection or something more permanent put out there until we're in a position to open it to the public.
So they come down because people feel that walking the 150 to 200 feet down is a long way rather than going across. So I understand what you're saying, definitely. That has been closed for a very long time and it continues to happen. So we can have, the next level, then we start getting into the budgetary impact of somebody monitoring it. And I obviously know from many of the neighbors who obviously are concerned about people using it. We share that concern. Yeah, it's a challenge when people start to not respect that there's a fence up.
Maybe just it needs some signage as well to make people aware that it's, under the snow, it's not actually as stable as perhaps.
Yeah, and I'll say the people that are accessing are not unknowledgeable about the condition of it because they are local residents that live across the other side of the bridge that feel they should be bringing their garbage cans over there to the other side like they historically did. So yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any further questions on this area? We'll move on. Infrastructure. So there's 2, 3 projects kind of in facilities. The RCMP roof replacement and building improvements, this is a continuation of the project we had some money for last year. We're still working on the assessment. We have spent a little bit of the money. We had to buy some, I think I indicated last year, some lockers and a few things for some of the new members that were coming in, so we did that. The municipal hall backup generator, so the additional amount for that. So that's, we requested funds for a backup generator back in 2017. Those funds hadn't been spent. We've been carrying those forward. Since then, we've had a significant amount of change in the organization, including a new IT manager that highlighted for us some of the risks in this building going down. And so the needs for a backup generator changed over that time. So it was actually good probably that we didn't run out and purchase it right away because the needs have changed. And the need for this building to be up and running is more significant than it's ever been before. So this is additional on top of the approximate $80,000. We did a bit of a study, so there was a little bit less. So on top of the $80,000 that we asked for back in 2017 that we've been carrying forward, this is an additional $120,000 to replace, to get a new unit that'll support this building. And the theater projection and screen, there was a question about the sound.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. That does not include sound. That is just the projector and the screen, and the sound will be through a future 5-year plan that we will investigate.
Okay. Parks, which is part of this grouping. So as I mentioned earlier, there was a discussion with Council in June of 2020 regarding funding for the MAC. At that time, we indicated that most of the projects had to move out unless they had been already started, had to move out a year. So this is a reflection of those projects that we said would move out a year. Obviously, we have prioritized some of them. Some of the ones that we know are going to require a significant amount of input, like the major sport and recreation needs assessment, have been moved out again, hopefully awaiting the end of COVID when we can actually go out and talk to people some more about this. But these are the ones that had been in 2020 and are now for 2021, other than the Woodsdale waterfront one, which I think it had been scheduled for 2021 anyway.
I have a question regarding the Okanagan Center Park improvements design. And I see that it's identified coming from the Capital Works Reserve and Parks Development DCCs, but it's both, it's 25,000. So this is design of the toilet. Is that correct?
I see nodding behind me. Yes, I believe so. That is the washroom facility. Well, part of it is the washroom facility.
So my question is, when is the toilet going to be rebuilt? Oh, and maybe I'm answering my own question. I think it's further down, isn't it? Yes, I see it is. Yes.
It's following year.
I did read this. I just forgot that it was down there. So yeah. I've answered my own question. I'm very happy to see that it's going to be built. And if there's any such possibility of pulling it forward to this year, that would just be great. By using COVID money. What a good project. A work employment project.
We'll have to apply for more. Yeah.
Was there any other questions on these parks projects?
No, good.
Okay, we're moving on then. Transportation. So you know what? I think transportation, there has been a significant amount of change in transportation. And I think transportation warrants a bit of an opening discussion from Matthew on the philosophy behind the budgeting or programming or prioritization of these projects. So I'm going to let Matthew introduce this one, and it's a continuation of some of the discussions that you've had previously.
So I get to talk about the most popular subject, as we heard earlier.
Most asked about.
Yes, definitely.
He's popular most asked.
So yeah, as Tanya just mentioned, we had a bit of a change in strategy this year, reevaluated the plan with really the philosophy to focus on completing the current in-stream projects. So as stated, I think on the bottom of page 4 of the request for council decision report that accompanied the bylaw, we have a collection of road projects that have been designed and they're ready to be constructed, and they were designed under previous 5-year capital plans. But for various reasons, they've been deferred for a number of years. And now we're focusing on delivering those projects and as a consequence, limiting the number of new design projects we're proposing to undertake. And the reason for that is that, designs have a shelf life, they have an expiry date. So if we don't get moving on the projects that are ready to go, they will become stagnant and we'll have to revisit them. And the longer we leave them on the shelf and we have to go and revisit them, the more work there is required to update them and bring them up to the standard required to be able to construct them. So that's, I guess, in a nutshell. I mean, generally the delivery model that we try to employ as best we can is to design 1 year and then construct the next. That means that the design is nice and fresh, and it can be generally implemented with minimal disruption, changes or interference. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Happy to take any questions, but we thought it'd be a bit of I know it was in the report, but just to highlight the reason why you're probably seeing
Anybody have any questions?
significant reshuffle.
Hearing none. Anybody call in? No, Councillor.
I do have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Matthew. On the Woodsdale Road design, our little safety hazard there for the bikers by the campground. So you have on here design for this year for 140,000, and then next year's the build. So we're obviously just guessing at that, roughly what that's going to cost without knowing a design, correct? Because I would imagine the public, seeing this as kind of a hot topic, and I hear about this one, are we going to include some public, let them have some sort of input on this, or what's the plan there?
So in terms of budgets, so we have, obviously every year we undertake capital plans, so we have a kind of formula for calculating, ballpark figures. So they're fairly accurate, and then obviously they get improved through the design process. But in terms of public engagement, so these are all transportation for tomorrow projects, which there was an enormous amount of public engagement done to create the plan. So these are generally technical solutions. So unless there's a particular requirement, whether it's there's interrelation with another project, or it's particularly contentious, or there's a requirement because it's grant funded to do public engagement. The public engagement we do on our transportation capital projects, the transportation for tomorrow, generally is just done through the communications department and our normal avenues of information providing, basically through the website, through social media, through financial plans. There isn't any specific consultation with the public in terms of what it is we're going to deliver. And then when it comes to construction, there's an information session before the actual project starts to inform the public of what it is we're delivering, and the disruption, the scope of the project, the contact details of those that are going to be working on the site, that type of thing.
Okay, because that one obviously gets very busy in the warm months of the year, and I just think it's something there that the public, at least, as long as we're letting them know, because I do think that one we'll definitely hear about. So,
unfortunately, construction season coincides with tourist season.
Yes.
There's not really much we can do about that. We try our best to accommodate all the users, but There's definitely a balance to be struck between allowing the contractor to get the construction done as efficiently as possible and then keeping the disruption down to the minimum as possible. Well, there's a finite balance to be done. So we're cognizant of that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Gamble?
Thank you.
Did you mute it?
Sorry, I don't know, I must have touched it wrong. Anyways, I wanted to bring the issue up of Bottomwood Lake Road, the nexus to Beaver Lake Road. Just looking at the pictures that were included in the material, which were excellent to include, and I appreciate that. I was very concerned, first of all, about maybe the need for people who are stakeholders in that area to be involved in some consultation. And then the other part is the narrowing of that road, very concerning, because there are many trucks that go along that road, big, huge semis. I just happened to run into that the other day when I went to turn down Beaver Lake Road from Bottomwood Lake Road. And when I saw that we're considering narrowing that, I was shocked. This is a very important commercial access for the big trucks that go not only to the packing house, but some of the other businesses along that area. And very concerning to me if we don't really look at the future of business in the community in this area. So I just wanted to raise it, flag it, because that if you look at that drawing, it's obvious that there's a narrowing there, and I nearly got hit by one of those trucks. I had to back up and back up and back up to get out of his way. I'm not sure if he was, you know, imbibing or something, but in any case, it certainly brought it to my mind that we need to remember that this is a very busy commercial intersection, Beaver Lake and Bottomwood Lake Road. And we have a lot of traffic now coming too from the Flower and a lot of those other plants along McCarthy, not to mention from the Winfield, Kelowna Industrial Park.
Any comment?
Only that obviously when we go through the actual design process, all those technical considerations are taken into account. We have done a previous review specifically on BC Growers, and we did engage with them because that access is particularly problematic and does need formalising. But yeah, I mean, when we go through that corridor, these are just templates that are provided right now. We haven't even started the well, we have actually done the design, but it still needs to be ratified. But of course, we do have, you know, technical specifications and parameters to work to.
Yeah.
So
good. Okay. And Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two questions. One is about the Bottomwood Lake road approval for expenditures of funds. That's, as I understand it, that's, it looks like it's in addition to the 3.7 million, and but it's reading as an additional revenue, so I'm just a little confused.
So when that project was developed last year, we knew that the school would have some contribution. They weren't quite finished their design though. So this is the contribution from the school for their portion of it. And this is also the some money that was received on a grant for that project. So the this is really just giving staff the authority to spend the money that the school's giving us as part of their program and the grant that we received as well.
So does that affect how the project was funded last year with this new money coming in, or was it always assumed to be there?
The school funding honestly was missed last year. And so it doesn't change the funding that we had last year whatsoever. It was always accounted for
Okay.
in the budget that way.
Okay, we just didn't have, like, we haven't gained.
No.
100,000. Okay.
No gains on that one.
Okay, and I guess, Matt, you know what my second question's gonna be. Cars Landing.
No idea.
Was scheduled for this year, and it's now pushed out to 2024. And I'm just concerned, and I think I wrote why I'm concerned in terms of the amount of traffic that we will potentially see in that area, the opening of the new winery, you know, looking at going to be as big as Mission Hill, stunning property with amazing views. Mission Hill had 100,000 visitors in its first year of opening in 2002. Let's assume they all travel with 4 people in a car. That's an additional 25,000 cars, 50,000 journeys a year. I'm just worried that the road and the safety, particularly around the area of where we see the most traffic in terms of pedestrians, is just going to be compromised. And it's very, so is there anything that we can do to maybe more align the design with the upcoming traffic rather than wait till after we've got the situation?
Yeah, so, I mean, the issue that we face, as I'm sure Council is fully aware, is that, and this is the reason why we had the transportation tomorrow, is that we had a $30 million deficit, which has obviously increased since then, and we'll find out exactly, hopefully, later this year, Council funding to do the revision. And the reality of it is that there are many roads in that situation in Lake Country, and they all need looking at, and we have to prioritise somehow. The strategy this year was to catch up, if you like, with the designs that we already have, so we deliver those as cost effectively as we can, and move forward and get back to our normal delivery model of designing 1 year and constructing the next, because that's the most efficient way of doing things. So it is unfortunate, but we can't do everything at the same time. I mean, if we had an infinite supply of money, then we could, but that's not the reality of the situation. And also with the Cars Landing one in particular, obviously there's, on the books, there is the development of the Commonage intersection, but also there's a significant development or a developer that's looking in around the area as well right now that could impact how that would develop, how that infrastructure would be constructed, and potentially may have to do frontage improvements, which would be the same work that we'd be looking to undertake. So right now we don't have a clear picture of how that's going to transpire. I'd like to kind of exercise a bit of patience and wait to see how that, because I don't want to do or deliver any throwaway infrastructure, and I want to make sure that if the district is going to deliver some infrastructure, that it ties in with what is proposed in that area.
So is there the option to bring it forward in the plan at another date? Because if we are having a developer come to us with a potential, looking at a direct control zone with a frontage that needs to be managed, and we don't have a plan as to how we want that frontage to look, then how are we planning for that to happen? Are we just going to do it on the fly, or if we don't have a consistent plan across that whole area?
Well, in terms of standards and specifications, we already have those. So in the subdivision development servicing bylaw, and also in transportation for tomorrow cross sections, we know what it is that we want in those areas. But what we don't have is a specific design and kind of delivery model, if you like, as to who's delivering what and when.
Right.
So, like I say, once we've got a clearer picture of how that is going to develop, I think it's prudent at that point to then decide what it is that the district is going to deliver, that then integrates with, potential development in that area.
So is there the option to bring it forward in 2022 if things resolve this year? Because I can appreciate the comments about finishing the construction this year, but to push it out to 2024 seems excessive. It could be done next year as a design, presumably, and then built in future years.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, that it's council's decision. Council has the authority to decide what goes on the 5-year capital plan.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, certainly they could be brought forward if that was council's wishes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple small details. The Bottomwood Lake, no, it's Woodsdale Road, sorry, the Woodsdale Road. That design's happening. Does that mean, because it doesn't show, we build that next year, 2022?
That's the plan. I think it is on the plan.
I mean, in my personal opinion, that section is probably the most dangerous pedestrian section in the community. My other question was around Bottom Lake Road. I'm having trouble with words. At one stage, there was a design proposal showing us coming around the back of BC Tree Fruits to the west.
Jensen Road.
Yeah, I don't know if it was actually using Jensen, or maybe it was using Jensen Road. I can't really remember, but there was a design showing that, so that we would not have these trucks, these lifts crossing back and forth to BC Tree Fruits. And I'm just wondering if that's still a thought, or that was just a airy-fairy, here's an idea, but.
Yeah, no, so if I recall correctly, that was being triggered by development in the area.
Yeah.
There's an opportunity, I can't remember which, it was an NGO, wasn't it?
Yes, that was a proposal that, actually there was an agreement signed with the Bennett's family, the Copper Hill area, for a road that would connect the Copper Hill on the Peter Greer side down to Bottomwood Lake Road, Beaver Lake Road. But it didn't actually go into Jensen. It would go straight through what currently is the Callahan's property.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
So I think what Councillor Ireland is referring to is the project that had been proposed on that Jensen Road site that was right behind the arena.
No. It was,
and we were going to take out.
Greg will know.
Okay. Greg Buckles, Director of Infrastructure Services, have some history on this one. What has changed there? So it was looking to tie through Jensen Road and come through the back so we could avoid BC Tree Fruits and their operation of having to cross back and forth from Bottomwood Lake Road. What has changed is BC Tree Fruits is relocating. So those conflicts we had with them trying to operate across the road in terms of our operations is probably no longer going to be an issue. So that need to route around there then became redundant, and that's why we're not pursuing that solution any longer.
So are they shutting that whole facility down? And
well, it's for sale. It's going to be used in a different way, but this notion where they've got the operation crossing the road is probably no longer going to be an issue. Yeah.
So that this can now revert back to the neighborhood that it was envisioned to be.
Right.
So truck traffic will not be important on that route.
Well, I think it still may be, but it's following.
We want to limit truck traffic if we could.
But it's following on a 3.5 meter. There's not a narrowing on the road. It will fully accommodate the trucks through there, but sure. We probably won't see the extent that we were with BC Tree Fruits. But who knows how.
No, and if we provide the other if the other exit ever gets provided or whatever for Jim Bailey, then there would be little use for trucks.
But the big issue was the fact that BC Tree Fruits had to operate across the road.
That's what I thought it was going. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Scarrow.
I'll be real quick because I want to finish this before the night's over. In regard to Cars Landing and the advancement of that project, I understand that's a council decision and something we can decide to do in the future if we choose to. And I would like to throw the other one into the pot, which is the Lodge Road Woodsdale intersection, which I know is a very difficult thing for busing, and it's not in the place where it should be, and it needs a redesign as well. But I learned earlier from a man I have a lot of respect for that you can't go designing a whole bunch of things because those designs become stagnant after 2 years and stale and really unusable. So you know, going out, we have to catch up with the designs that we actually have right now. Otherwise, we will have wasted money on those designs. And I think that's kind of leading the priorities in this division. And Matthew, if you want to speak to it, you could. The only other small comment I have is when we are designing the road in front of what is now Vernon, or the Fruit Union, there's a crosswalk in there. I'd love it to be raised. A raised crosswalk or lit, because there's people changing shifts all times of the day there.
Noted.
Okay. Councillor Reid.
And I just to comment to Councillor Scarrow's point there, I completely agree. I would just say that there is no design work based on what I can read in the plan for 2022 and 2023. Therefore, if we don't keep up with the design, then we're going to fall behind with the construction. So I think we should have, rather than waiting until 2024 to do design work, if we can schedule some each year, then that might be an option.
I agree.
Just on a really quick note, so if anything, these have been certainly planned out based on the amount of money. So anything that comes forward, something else has to go back. That's a staff capacity issue and a money issue. So just of note.
Just so we know. Yeah. All right, moving on.
Your Worship, is it worth me talking about the road renewal and improvement program assessment while I'm here? I know there were some questions on that earlier.
Okay.
So essentially what it is that there's a number of aspects to this. Councillor Gale mentioned earlier, and it's completely correct that we did do an assessment. That was probably 2013 now, I guess, because that was when as part earlier. Yeah, as part of the very initial stages of transportation for tomorrow. So it's at least 8 years old now. And there's a number of factors to this. One is the road conditions deteriorating quicker or slower than we anticipated? As part of the mobility master plan, we did some more detailed analysis in terms of road network performance. So some of that information will be folded into the program now, as well as condition. There's functionality and safety aspects as well that may lead to prioritization changes. And also, you know, we already know that there's a $500,000 a year funding deficit. So that needs to be factored in there as well in terms of our financial strategy. So there's a number of areas of that program that need updating and will form the newly, Council's cast their mind back to the mobility master plan discussions, then that transportation implementation will then form a mobility implementation plan. So that will kind of be rebranded and refreshed. So that's what that's designed to do. And then once we've done that, we can bring that back to Council and basically give Council an update as to how we're performing on that original plan.
Good. Anybody else?
15 minutes.
For what? The Senate can sit.
But they got a 6-hour insurrection.
They got to go to sleep.
All right.
For our witching hour. Okay, so really quickly, vehicles and equipment. Yeah, are we all good with that? There was a bunch of stuff that we thought we would replace, and honestly, Scott and his crew looked at it and said, no, we don't need to replace it. The only one I'll really quickly point out is the international water tank. We really tried to find an water tank that we could replace. We tried to buy used and all kinds of stuff, and we just couldn't find the right one. So we're asking for a little bit more money to find the right one. We good here?
Can we get classic plates for the 78?
Yeah, it's a classic, all right. Just really quickly, protective services. There was a couple of questions. So this FDM one is on top of what was provided, asked for last year. So this is an additional module that we're adding on to from what we purchased last year. I think there was one other question about all 2021 funding is new. So even if the project was there last year, sometimes we just funded the same amount over a few years. The AED defibrillators, is that 2 or 4, Steve? 2. So for confirmation, there's 2 of them. So there was 4, I think, altogether. There may have been carried forward because there were some that were supposed to be replaced last year, so we carried forward those. They're likely that'll be a carry forward for replacement 04. Okay, so are we good?
Good.
Okay. Sewer. Well, this is an exciting one. Lots of fun stuff in the sewer here.
What do you think, Jared? I think it's corporate another. You don't want more shit.
You know, a lot of this we've talked about before. There was a couple of questions. How many units are on the Cars Landing Nguyen system? 20. There you go. For $700,000. Yes. So the Bottomwood Lake road improvements, that ties to the Bottomwood Lake project that is going forward. So that one advances as that project advances. Any other comments? Oh, the $6.6 million, that one. So the total amount of the grant was actually $10 million. We used the funding that we had already approved. So there was $3.25 million that we approved in the fall of 2019 for some improvements in the wastewater. So we're using that as our portion of the funding. This $6.6 million is the portion of the grant. So we just need that in our financial plan.
Yeah.
I think
that's a question about so that Nguyen system construction was mentioned. So that, yeah, the Nguyen systems construction there. So that's $700,000 for 20 homes, and that's coming out of capital reserves and it's not a user pay system. So we're all paying for that.
Everyone that's on sewer is paying for that.
So it's a sewer thing though. So people that aren't on sewer are not paying for that.
That's correct. Well, other than through your $75 environmental fee, which goes to support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is correct.
For 20 homes.
So I do have in there the Capital Works Reserve. So this is the one that I mentioned. We would be borrowing from the Capital Works Reserve and repaying the Capital Works Reserve. So the general fund is only loaning the money to the sewer users to pay for this thing. The general fund will make back, I've calculated an amount based on current borrowing rates. They will make back the amount of money that they lent plus some interest, basically what they would have otherwise paid under MFA. Okay.
So, but just to be clear, but all the sewer users have to contribute to that.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Yep.
That's glad I don't have to. I wouldn't be happy about that.
Tanya, a family name is important to the family. Right now you refer to this as the Nguyen water. It's actually Nguyen's with an S.
Nguyen's. There you go. Thank you very much.
And that would be important to Shirley and all of those other Nguyen's out there.
Absolutely. I shall correct that. If there's no further questions, we're rolling down to water, and this is our last section, and then we can
move it.
Look at our resolution. Water. So we have some programs in the water. Is there anything specific in the water that anyone would like to question or that you'd like some answers on?
Tanya?
Yep.
Councilor Reid, you want?
Yep.
Is there no questions on water? Do you have a question on water, Tara?
There's a
Okay.
couple questions on water.
Yep. Yeah, I just regarding the water master plan update, how far does that 35,000 get us down the communication route? Where does it stop?
I'll pass that off. Kyle, can you answer that for us?
Kyle online? It's probably past his bedtime.
Kyle, are you still with us?
I'm here.
There you go, Kyle.
Yeah, so in our original work plan with the consultant, the communication plan included 3 open houses, 3 steering committees, and 2 council meetings. Basically, the 2 council meetings are already used up, and the third steering committee is going to be used shortly in anticipation of the greater scope of kind of what we think is expected of staff by council. We anticipated a little bit more money. Exactly how much further that 35,000 gets us, we're hoping it gets us a few more meetings, but those exact numbers I don't know off the top of my head exactly what that gets us. We just anticipate we will need some more money to do a more thorough public engagement.
So will it take us down to the point of where we're going out to the Mobley users with a referendum, or not? Is that a separate part of it?
No, that's a separate
Okay.
task. The Moberly and the Cars Landing even aspect of engaging in a petition.
Okay, thank you.
Not a part of that.
Where?
Oh, yeah.
At the Beaver Lake water treatment plan, so first we have to do feasibility, and then we have to do pre-design and then design.
Correct. And a feasibility study is a really important document when you start to apply for grant funding and things like that. Pretty much anything over $10 million is mandatory to have a feasibility study that accompanies it when you start to look for senior government support.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Anything else? No.
Anything
That's the old
else
consultants union.
that we can address? Okay, so we need to go back and we need to make some resolutions and determine where council sits on the additional funding items.
That's it.
And the tax increase. So the tax increase is currently set at 2%. And then there was the additional items. And then there was a few other things brought up in between there. But we need some resolution from council, or we can come back on Thursday and talk about it some more.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. No, we got lots of time. Mr. Mayor?
I think it would be appropriate to consider what we've done and meet again Thursday so that we're not burning the midnight oil and half asleep.
I think for the first reading, we can change anything after that.
All right. Councilor Gamble, what were you saying?
She said we should wait.
I think that we are almost 1 hour late. We were told the meeting would end at 10, and I'm a little bit concerned. I think to rush a resolution is not the best use of council's.
We're completing this one because we took that extra hour to complete it. And then we can give it first reading and come back, because we're approving in principle all things that we've seen.
Yeah.
And there's still second and third and fourth reading yet to do.
Adoption.
And public.
We presumably we're going to maybe hear from people from that didn't phone in but might email in or otherwise get in touch with you. There's still opportunity that we would have to see some more of the budget, right?
Absolutely. So council could choose, as some options, council could choose to just give first reading to the base budget, not consider any of the additional optional items. And then just give readings to the base budget, and we can go out and do public consultation. Council could come back on Thursday and debate some more and come to some more conclusion perhaps on the additional request items. So it's up to council. 2% is the base budget, and that gets the all the items included in the base budget and the capital and first reading.
Councilor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with that suggestion. You know, I agree with the principle of what we've talked about, the majority. It's the other items that probably require a little more conversation. So, you know, looking at this, I think we need to add a little bit, like some of my fellow councillors have talked about. But as far as the number goes, I think it's kind of important to not get too carried away. So I think it's going to require a little more calculations. And for me, something like rather than having 4.25, I would kind of like to have the old 399. So it's that type of thing I think needs to be a little more fine-tuned. So at this point, you know, I'm prepared to do the first reading on exactly like you say, and then let's talk about the rest on Thursday.
Yeah.
So you're moving the base budget at this point.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Your worship, I don't know if we need a meeting on Thursday though.
The meeting on Thursday would be up to you if you want to discuss the additional items, or leave those until second and third.
Reading?
Yeah.
Third reading,
Yeah, for sure. Those could be added at second and third, perhaps after more community consultation.
Yeah.
Okay.
When would that be done?
The end of February.
Councilor Scarrow?
I have no problem with delaying the other input that we may have, what we learn from the public until the end of February. But before we do first reading tonight, I really believe it's important for us to instruct staff to include the Parks and Recreation Master Plan in that base budget, as well as the allotment we've made for our bylaw officers.
So
I believe those two things should be included in the budget before we do first reading.
Council can, so the resolution on the bylaw officers was that they be funded from the COVID grant. The original resolution said they be brought forward and into the second and third as amended. So absolutely, we could bring them forward. You can instruct us by resolution to put those items in, and we will bring them forward, included in second and third already. Or you can just do base budget right now of 2%, and then on February the 23rd, come back and debate those additional items and put them in. You have passed a resolution on the bylaw, so as of right now, I would bring bylaw back at second and third reading, included in the budget.
And I would like to see the same thing happen with Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I don't know what others think.
That would be a resolution right now.
That's why we're not doing that resolution right now, but we're doing it after the base budget. I have Councilor Reid and then Councilor R.
Just a point of clarification, if we approve the base budget, does that mean that the capital plan is set as it is in this document with all of the timings associated with
I
that?
can't hear you, but.
So does that mean that the capital plan is set as it is in the budget if we approve the base budget today, and that we have no further discussion on any of the timings?
We still have discussion.
So at second and third, there would absolutely be opportunity to make adjustments to the capital plan. I will remind you that there will be some early requests that come forward. Those ones probably can't be amended if council approves them. But the rest of the capital plan, if it doesn't either have early approval or it's in the remaining years of the plan, could still be adjusted at second and third.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay. And Councilor R.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see us include the Parks and Recreation Master Plan now in first reading. I think we should do it now. I think
So that would require an amendment to the motion.
That's how I see the base budget. I don't see the base budget being the 2%. I see the base budget including the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Well, no, the bylaw is another kettle of fish. But I see the base budget being at 3.25% that includes that. I think that's the proper signal to send out. We can still change it, but that's the proper signal to send out because I think that's what we need to do. And I'm not keen on supporting just the 2%.
Your worship, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, yeah, it's 11 o'clock, right. I need a motion. Councilor Carroll moved, Councilor R second. Discussion, those in favor?
Well, I'll be voting opposed. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say goodnight.
All right, we'll say goodnight to you. You're
Yeah.
in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, but I usually wake up between 5 and 6 and I start on the floor at 7 a.m. So when the meeting says it goes from 7 to 10, then I shut her down at 10 and I've been sitting here for the last hour. And by the time I get home, I'm going to be wound right up. So it's going to take me a couple hours to get to sleep and then I'll be back up at 5 a.m., back on the floor at 7 a.m. So.
Take long to make the motion. No further discussion. We've already discussed it. Are you moving it with the base?
We have a motion on the floor.
Are you amending the motion? Because the motion on the floor is to have a base budget of 2%.
And, yeah, penny second. So, we could.
The bracket proposal.
propose an amendment?
I'll propose an amendment to,
Mike on. I'll propose an amendment to give first reading to the base budget plus the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Okay, and we've been around that many times. Those in favor? Include the Parks Master Plan in the base budget? Those in favor? Well, we'll go for discussion then. Go ahead. You want to discuss it? You don't want to discuss it?
I just want to know the numbers. So if
1.25.
if we're at 2
Yeah.
and we add this, we're at 3.25.
Correct.
Correct.
And then we have other stuff to look at adding, correct?
The other two items that have been carried
And
forward,
that's it?
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay. I
That's
just
it
wanna-
that's been proposed.
I just want to make sure, it's very important to me to keep below 4 if possible. I do not want to go above that. So as long as we're there, I'm good with that.
The base.
So the optional items calculate a 3.49 max right now.
So,
Okay.
but the resolution that's on the table, on the floor right now is including just the Parks and Rec. The other two items could still be considered at second and third.
3.25.
And quite frankly, I'm not sure I'm in support of the other two items.
Yeah. Well, so is
The
a
3.25.
motion
It's in the
amended?
base.
Okay, no, that's good.
So currently, the amendment says basically 2% plus 1.25 at first reading,
Okay,
which is 3.25 in total.
Okay, thank you.
those in favor? Opposed?
I will be opposed.
Counselor Reed opposed. Are you in favor, Counselor Gamble? I didn't hear
No,
you.
I'm not in favor.
Counselor Gamble opposed?
Councillor Kozub is opposed,
Opposed.
and I believe Councillor Reed is opposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
motion
it's,
carries. Huh?
the amendment is carried.
Yeah.
Now you have to vote on the on the main motion as amended.
Main motion. Main motion with.
Is first reading.
3
First reading with
Yes.
3.25.
Those in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Counselor Gamble, Counselor Reed, Counselor
Kozub.
Motion carried.
Yeah.
And we are adjourned.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Sorry, Jerry.